Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening. Warm welcome from Bern and Zurich to our distinguished speakers, my colleagues, and everyone watching us today from 6 continents around the globe. My name is Hannah Hölling, and I am a research professor here at Bern University of the Arts, working also in the Department of History of Art, University College London. It is really my huge pleasure to welcome everyone to our colloquium, Performance, the Ethics and the Politics of Care, #1, Mapping the Field. This is the first of what we plan to become a series of annual events that has emerged from the collaborative research project SNSF, Performance, Conservation, Materiality, Knowledge. I'm greeting everyone also on behalf of my colleagues, our artistic collaborator, performance artist, and HKB professor, Valerian Male.
Hello, welcome.
Thank you, Valerian. Postdoctoral fellow, Julia Pelta-Feldman.
Hi, everyone.
Thank you, Julia. And Emily Magnan, our doctoral candidate on the project.
Hi, everyone.
These are the core members of a research team that over the past months have been crucial, not only in advancing thinking about the contemporary practices of care for recent art here at HKB, but also in putting this event together. The team of the project and of the colloquium came together due to a generous founding of the Swiss National Science Foundation and was made possible, which was made possible due to the continuing support of the Research Division and the Department of Materiality in Art and Culture at Bern University of the Arts, the project's home. Performance, conservation, materiality, knowledge applies the theoretical practical apparatus of conservation and its recent advancements in contemporary art and media to examine performance and performance-based works as a part of our culture, as forms changing and enduring in a network of people and things. In other words, we switch the lens on performance, as in multi-lens microscope, you might imagine, or in an intellectual, perhaps, device, from the established debates in performance studies, art history, heritage studies, and anthropology to the lens of conservation. We will consider and debate performance as a necessarily conservable form. In this way, and using theoretical and practical methodologies, we situate conservation as a disciplinary formation whose knowledge and practices, both hand and mind, not only grant us an unprecedented access to the knowledge about, in, or of performance, its ontological and epistemic status, its temporal and spatial attributes, and its social, museological, and institutional embeddedness, but they also provide a valuable contribution to other humanities disciplines, expanding knowledge about performance, its making and remaking, its distribution and display, its canonization and valuation, its life and afterlife as an act, flesh, gesture, document, residue, or detritus. You may have noticed the conservation I have in mind aims no more to simply prolong its object's material life into the future. The conservation addressed here is an engagement with materiality rather than material, contending with many specific factors that determine how an object's identity and meaning are entangled with time and space, the environment, values, politics, economics, conventions, and culture. In our project, conservation becomes a meta, the above and beyond, and a mesa, the inside and within, dimension in the system of collecting, musealizing, and caring for works of art, a way to critically revise views, also about museums as sites of revival and death, fixity rather than fluidity and stasis that for decades underlined the logic of collecting, and they are obviously changing now. With an unconstrained access to the works and their makers, conservation, in fact, might bring forward how art matters in a given constellation and how this mattering, to use current Barat's vocabulary, is always already temporal. Having set up the stage for, or the lens of, conservation, we ought to ask, how does performance come into the picture of conservability? To assert performance and performance-based works, which I already have and will abbreviate simply to performance, as something intrinsically conservable means first and foremost to ask two principal questions. What is performance? And what does it mean to conserve or to care? Are these notions interchangeable? And is collecting, displaying, archiving, and documenting already conservation? What ethical and political implications arise from caring, as each decision to care is always already political, in as far as it determines what counts as being worthy of care? How does performance align with the existing philosophies, practices, and techniques of conservation? And inversely, how does conservation align with the ideas or ideals of performance? How does performance impact conservation in the best case, or dramatically reconditions it, perhaps in the worst, and conservation as the very activity that was otherwise supposed to offer the performance a reliable, caring hand? These are only a few questions that underlie both our project and this colloquium. Just a few years ago, to think performance and conservation together seemed inconceivable. To conserve performance would have meant to violate a genre that historically emerged in the 1960s, 70s as a fusion of art and life to challenge orthodox art forms and cultural norms. Although you all know that the performance's beginnings might be traced back to the futurist and Dadaist performances of the beginnings of the 20th century. Performance as a form that was believed to materialize only in a short temporal frame and thus refusing any enduring material manifestation. It would also mean to severely question the pursuit and practice of conservation, which to a large extent focus on perpetuating object-based artworks and their material aspects, as well as their undisturbed by change transmission to the future. In other words, often described as ephemeral, performance was irreconcilable with what I elsewhere call the technique of conservation, its cultures of theory and practice. Performance complicates not only the concept of time as permanence, but also notions of individual authorship, singular intention, site and time specificity, uniqueness, originality, authenticity, objectuality, or even materiality, notions ingrained in the ideals of conservation. Performance upsets the view that an artwork is self-contained and self-sufficient, and that its identity might be conveyed by its singular materialization. In its immediacy, performance is the most direct way of experiencing art on the one hand, and on the other, of making art to be experienced. Challenging modernist models of opticality, or rather the exclusivity of opticality, performance activates all senses. It elevates the viewer to a condition of participation and thus achieves instantaneous presence. Performance is often led by chance and contingency, that is, by the accidentality of actions and settings. Performance is more than the life act performed by a biological or perhaps otherly material body. The life enactment of the lived enactment of the doing and being of life, to cite Kai Taylor. And performance is more than the sum of its parts. Its viral ontology, to use Christopher Bedford's term, effectuates a rich trace history of reminders and remains. It follows, therefore, that the creation of any common strategy regarding the quote-unquote treatment of performance, whether intellectual or practical, or the creation of conservation treatment for that matter, remains impossible. And yet the ubiquitous presence of performance in museum exhibitions, festivals, art fairs, and spontaneous events, along with the rediscovery of the appeal of the immediate experience in the early 2000s, forces us to consider ways in which performance can be perpetuated and conserved. Not only have numerous institutions, museums, and galleries started incorporating performance in their programs, but crucially for conservation, performance has also begun to be collected like traditional works of visual arts, such as painting or sculpture. The entrance of performance into collections is not without problems. The objectification of live events and presence is also harshly criticized by scholars who claim that performance is uncollectible. Moreover, the performances of the 1960s and 70s turned into the flashbacks of the past, and also from the 2000 or early 2000 rather, into new productions, with the reenactment of performances being one of the focal points of artistic and public interest. Often considered as the sole strategy for continuing the life of a performance, these reenactments raise pressing questions. The presence of multiple variants of the same work, whether delegated or performed by the artists themselves, implies that the work is differently experienced each time it materializes. The performance's vicinity to theater legitimizes the possibility of its repetition, whether by the artist himself, his descendants, or by actors, while it also conflicts with the sense of authentic moment that cannot be repeated without the performance becoming something else. As a consequence of its short duration, performance is often considered to be conveyed in residual objects, which remain after the act and which require material preservation, a view that reflects traditional approaches to keeping artworks as material objects, perhaps. Lastly, the concept of the transmission of knowledge, whether oral or bodily, is considered crucial in sustaining performance. However, such transmission of knowledge has not yet been authorized as a viable strategy by the stewards of material heritage, and thus requires a shift in mentality away from the object-centrism characteristics of the majority of Western collecting institutions. And a few exceptions only confirm the rule. And I'm thinking here, obviously, of conversations regarding bodily learning and the transmission of knowledge in the form of accounts and experience, which followed the acquisitions of performance by several major institutions, such as the Museum of Modern Art, New York, Solomon Guggenheim Museum, and also Tate, among others. Therefore, the documentation of performance, films, texts, scripts, scores, oral histories, and witness reports play a crucial role in their respective fields of competence. They do not only record the oral interactions between the work and the viewer and anchor the unstable event in time, but also perform an instructive, pedagogical, and documentary function that enables the performance's future actualizations. The performance's changeability, that is its constant fluctuation between ontologically distinct events, objects, residues, and between gestures and documentation, poses questions about the persistence of the artwork's identity through change, or in other words, about the continuity of the changing same, an expression borrowed here from Rebecca Schneider and Amiri Baraka. What starts to matter in such understanding of performance is that its conservation not only concerns its life as object or as material, but rather the conditions for engagement with performance in a playfield that, as Schneider writes, is always wider than the object itself. So, how to imagine performance in and through conservation as cross-temporal engagement and as a process that intervenes in remaining. And you may notice I am still inspired here by Rebecca Schneider's writings. Would thinking about performance conservation as a new territory of discourse and a field of practice necessitate a new conception of the object of conservation, an object of different spatial and temporal coherences? What would such a new conception of the object of conservation bring to the table? Perhaps it already exists anyway, but could its gesturing across chronologies and its existence among and between bodies, biological or otherly material, as mentioned, as always already in relation, teach us something about who we are as active carers, actors, actants, and not least performance in conservation. Let me now return to the project. Although we would like to think that the bold assertion of the conservability of performance has emerged from this project, we do not operate on an entirely unprepared ground, and quite the contrary. Many important authors of discourses in and around conservation of performance are today either amongst us, and we are super happy about this, or watch us from afar. Moreover, in the past, questions about how performance remains were posed, for instance, by one of the local projects, the Archiv Performativ at the Zurich University of the Arts. Very significant research has been taking place at Tate in the shape of the collecting the performative, and the more recent project documentation and conservation of performance, as well as the Melon initiative reshaping the collectible led by Pip Laurenson, and many of important actors that take part in those projects are amongst us during those 2 days and will present. Questions about choreographic practices in museums, which are posed by our Australian colleagues in the project Precarious Movements, Choreography and the Museum. And questions about collecting performance are at the heart of collecting the ephemeral run by the colleagues at the Lucerne University. And this list is by no means exhaustive. Worth mentioning are also initiatives such as, among others, the 2017 VDR or VDR Symposium, the German Association of Restorers Symposium, collecting and conserving performance art. So in the spirit of mapping the field, we invited the leaders and main actors from several currently running research projects, and we'll hear their insights today and tomorrow, and we're really grateful that they are here. I also want to give credit to many brilliant and creative minds that shared insights on performance conservability from their respective fields of specializations, and whom we either hosted as guests during the project meetings and or interviewed in the series 2 questions. And you may find short reviews from these meetings on our website under the news section, and the 2 question series will be made available soon on our website. So coming back to today, we are really thrilled to be welcoming numerous audiences across disciplines and professional fields, amongst them many friends and comrades in contemporary discourses and beyond, in or beyond conservation, who will join us in the webinar or watch us in a live stream on YouTube. It has been a pleasure to see that our colloquium was met with such keen response. 300 participants registered, and actually we closed the registration last night, and offered YouTube streaming as an alternative. We are thrilled to have been able to win for this occasion an extraordinary lineup of keynotes: Professors Rebecca Schneider, Pip Laurenson, Gabriella Giannachi, and Barbara Büscher. We are very grateful to them for their enthusiasm, not only for presenting in this colloquium, but also for thinking and discussing with us in the run-up to this event and in the past as well. In the order of presentation, Pip Laurenson will address how performance comes together as fluid assemblage of social material relation through the concept of charisma and desire. Gabriella Giannachi will focus on the challenges of documenting and preserving a novel form of environmental performance through a concept of conservation that encompasses plural practices of care. For Barbara Büscher, care will emerge from performance's development at the intersection of visual art and post-dramatic theater and dance. And finally, Rebecca Schneider will conceptualize performance as antiphonal, a call and response. I will consider conservation as performance that preserves the conditions for engagement with objects that make us. This keynote has a conversational or antiphonal format, and I'm thrilled to be a part of it. Next to our distinguished keynotes, whose presentations will frame the 2 days in the mornings and evenings, we are also really immensely excited about the 16 speakers, which will present and co-present 10 lectures on the topics ranging from theoretical contestation with performance, the notion of vitality, ethics of stewardship, politics of institutionalization, through the acquisition and archival ordering, strategies for instantiation, traditional and alternative views on the maintenance of performance, and intricacies of dance preservation, reframed here as contemporary art. These topics will contribute not only to the research on the conservability of performance, but undoubtedly also to a broader debate where conservation and other humanities disciplines intersect. And this is really a side note, but due to spatial constraints, we were not able to accommodate all exciting proposals that reached us through the call for papers. But we do hope that those of you who will follow the colloquium from the other side of the screen will actively contribute to our conversations and stay tuned for future events. And on this occasion, just a brief mention, and I would like to ask everyone to save the date for a panel scheduled on Thursday, June 10, in 2 weeks, which will be a conversation between art historian and choreographer Megan Metcalf and archivist and artist Corey Onninghaus, titled Living Materials, Ethics and Principles for Embodied Stewardship. And the registration for this event is open. Before moving on, I'd like to make some space for words of gratitude. So this event has been put together in the effort of many hands and minds. Thomas Gartman and Sebastian Dobruskin have been crucial in enabling it at the faculty and departmental levels, respectively, and I'd like to warmly thank them for all their support. I heartily thank Daniela Wüttrich at the Research Secretariat and the IT specialist Kishanton Navaranton, Dino Cicari, and Lucas for all their work invested in making this event possible. I'd like to acknowledge here dear friends and colleagues from Bern University of the Arts, Martin Skamlet, Daniel Allenbach, Raymond Tadeusz Chabot, and Louise Baumgartner, who supported us. Thanks also to the Fachstelle F+E, Natalie Pernet and Laura Haddon. And last but not least, big thanks to Charles Rappner, our invaluable and irreplaceable technical assistant, who's behind the digital steering wheel today and tomorrow. Few words about the organization of the colloquium. The next 2 days will be structured as follows. We will open and conclude each day with one of our distinguished keynotes. There are 2 sessions planned on each day, including 2 and 3 presentations in the early and late afternoon, respectively. They will be moderated by my colleagues, Julia Pelta-Feldman and Emily Magnan. We are excited about 2 performance interludes, which will take place before the longer breaks, by Friede Butzmann and the All-Star Zoom Ensemble later today, and by Gisela Hoch-Öli tomorrow, to which we all were invited to contribute an instruction. These interludes have been organized and will be moderated by our own Valerian Male. We scheduled individual talks with the time differences in mind, and we are especially grateful to our speakers and audiences in Australia and in similar time zone who will endure very late hours. If you wish to interact with the speakers, each presentation will be followed by a short Q&A. You may see this function is activated. And we will welcome short questions from audiences. These questions can be typed directly in the Q&A section. There will be an opportunity for more interactions during our evening discussions at 6:45 p.m. today and at 6:15 p.m. tomorrow. I encourage all speakers to join us with their cameras turned on. You may have noticed that the chat is enabled to provide us the best experience of a scholarly exchange, and you may use it to communicate. This is a digital event and timekeeping is key. We are kindly reminding all speakers to stick to their time limit to allow for questions. To use time effectively, we will abstain from reading the speakers' biographies and abstracts. They can be found on our website under Events, Colloquium, and Program. Lastly, I would like to remind everyone that this event is being recorded and will be made available online. Now, wishing us wonderful performance, conservation, conversations, I'd like to introduce our first keynote speaker. Let me change very quickly the view here, enter full screen mode. It is my huge pleasure to invite now to speak Professor Pip Laurenson of Tate and Maastricht University, who will present the first keynote today titled Charisma, Desire and Understanding in the Conservation of Performance Art. Pip, the stage is yours.
Great. So I think I just need somebody to allow me to put on my video. Start my video. There we go. Good. Lovely. Thank you so much, Hannah. And thank you to all the hosts for inviting me to speak today. I'm really excited to be here. A big shout out to Julia and Hannah and Charles and Emily for the extraordinary organization of this fantastic symposium. Before I begin, just for those who can't see me, I'm a white 50-something woman with brown and increasingly gray hair and wearing a navy blue dress. And behind me are some Venetian blinds, sort of creamy white, and my pronouns are she and her. This event, I think, is a great moment to acknowledge how much important work and thinking has happened at the intersection between the museum and in particular museum conservation and live performance artworks over the past 16 years of collecting practice. So looking at the amazing program, it's clear that over the next 2 days, you'll hear more detail about this from our speakers, whose presentations will not only testify to the depth, seriousness, and creativity of their engagement, but also to the body of experience and expertise derived from doing that work of conserving live performance. I'm just going to share my screen. Okay, oops, hang on. There we go. Okay. So, what makes the conservation of performance art so fascinating? Some performance works, as we all know, operate in ways that make them quite simple to care for, as delegated performances with simple instructions. So this is an image of David Lamelas's work, Time. This is the first time it was performed. And what happens in this performance is the first person tells the time to the next person. They receive the time, they hold on to it before announcing it to the next participant. And when it gets to the end of the line, the last person announces it to the world in the language of their choice. This image shows time being performed for the first time in the French Alps. And then this is an image of the work being performed as a Zoom performance last year. So we see its amazing adaptability. This work is Tanya Bruguera's Tatlin's Whispers, where the instructions are to employ mounted policemen. They have to be real mounted policemen. And basically, one is on a black horse, one is on a white horse. The work has to be installed in an area that has seen civil unrest and where crowd control is operated by horses. Basically, this is the work in the Tate Turbine Hall, and you can see the horses controlling the crowds. But other works push up against the structures and definitions of the museum in different and interesting ways, asking fundamental questions, not only about how much improvisation, change, and fluidity is possible for a collected museum object, but also how that is maintained within a structure designed to keep things the same. This is Anthea Hamilton's 2018 commission Squash, which arose from the image by the American choreographer, let's get into that one, Eric Hawkins, which in 1960s shows him exploring the idea of imagining oneself to be a vegetable, working from a deep interest in traditions of folklore and ritual. So some performance artworks serve to reveal the tools and structures of the museum and our practices that have been honed over the centuries in a mission to render artworks in the museum static and independent from ongoing practices of making that might come from continued dynamic and physical engagement with the artist and their context. Performance artworks, therefore, seem particularly well placed to help us decipher the systems and structures within which we operate. They also offer modes of resistance. Performance artworks also sit well with the direction of travel of contemporary art conservation, in that they bring to the fore the social and relational nature of conservation. They also raise the question of the artist's presence and other ways of knowing, something I'm sure we'll hear more of over the next 2 days. Performance artworks, perhaps more than any other complex artworks, make visible the reality that artworks are situated within distributed networks or assemblages of human and non-human agents, which are essential to their realization. In this paper, I return to a central question in contemporary art conservation, namely, how are we to understand the role and authority of the artist? To be honest, although ever present, this question always leaves me slightly queasy. The modernist figure of the artist remains alive and well in the art museum, however much we might want to engage in with a more distributed vision of authorship and separate ourselves from the spectre of the sole artist genius, which underpins the art market. The disentanglement, however, has not proved easy. Without artists, there would, of course, be no art museums, and this respect shown to artists is also entangled with a desire from those working in contemporary art museums to find a place of real hospitality for the artists with whom we engage, within our structures and systems, which are sometimes at odds with that desire. In this paper, I would like to explore with you some of the ways we might think about the artists and their relationship to the museum that does not ultimately serve to completely decenter them from the account, but does, I hope, situate the artist as one particular relationship and helps us understand the importance of questions raised by their presence and absence in the conservation of performance. In thinking about the role of the artist, I find myself drawing on very strange territory, namely the global business of assisted reproduction and early Christian miracle workers. What I hope these journeys into these terrains will help us see is how we might understand the ways in which our practice provides opportunities for the role of the artist to be performed in certain ways. I do this work with colleagues as part of Reshaping the Collectible When Artworks Live in the Museum, a 3-year funded project by the Andrew W. Mellon Foundation that works to develop both theory and practice around artworks which challenge the structures and definitions of the museum. The project involves researchers from across conservation, collection management, archives and records, and curatorial at Tate. And actually many of those, we've got Louise, Hélia, and Anna are going to be presenting during this symposium. We also hosted 4 academic fellows, one of which was the anthropologist Heidi Geismer. Heidi had not only been the first person, of course, to raise the question of the centrality of artists in our thinking, but she did firmly return us to this question. And it's really not surprising in this pandemic-ridden world that we're thinking about connectedness and the nature of those connections, nor is it surprising that we're thinking about what happens when people leave our socially entangled networks. And because it seems relevant to the work we're doing now as we reopen the museum, I do want to explore with you what happens when we conceive of an artwork as socially entangled, how this changes the way we see our role when introducing the museum into the dynamic network surrounding an artwork. This account seeks to center the artwork and the social network or assemblage that surrounds it by exploring concepts of desire and charisma, rather than seeing the transition of an artwork into the museum collection as simply similar to the amoeba slowly engulfing its prey. What happens if instead we see this as a process whereby the museum enters the network of the artwork, impacting the dynamics of that network as it becomes part of it, but not destroying it or ignoring it or delegitimizing it, but amplifying it? Although I'm fully aware of the power dynamic at play when the museum joins the network, and perhaps this is naive or unrealistic, but can we imagine this transition as slightly more like the ant, hold on, these lovely longhorn crazy ants that join in the effort to move a donut rather than an amoeba with its prey. So in order to imagine things this way, we're going to have to first understand more about what happens when the museum enters the life of an artwork. And I ground this text particularly in the relationship between Tony Conrad's 10 Years Alive on the Infinite Plane and the museum. But the ideas explored for me also resonate across a wide range of contemporary artworks and artists. So Tony Conrad's 10 Years Alive on the Infinite Plane is a 90-minute work that was first performed in 1972 and last performed at Tate Liverpool in 2019. Whilst the work has within its life been performed in different configurations, at Tate Liverpool it was performed with one violin live and one recording of Conrad playing the violin, a bass guitar, a long string drone, which was an instrument invented by Conrad, and 4 film projections. I'm just going to play you a quick clip, and I hope you can all hear this. See if I can. That's it. Thank you. So from the first moment I encountered the work in 2017, it was clear that our ability to successfully bring this work into Tate's collection was dependent on a wide variety of people and things who had for many years sustained and cared for the work, and whose responsibilities had shifted and continued to change since Conrad's death in 2016. These were performers of the work, curators, archivists, gallerists, producers, scholars, friends, and family, who through their different practices cared for the work, its memory, and the legacy of the work of Tony Conrad. These were a trusted group of transmitters of the work, some of which already had a group identity as the Cooks, a reference to their connection to the independent media space, the Kitchen, in New York, where the work was first performed. The initial assemblage emerged over a long duration, starting with the invitation of Rhys Chatham to Tony Conrad to perform at the Kitchen in 1972, and connecting different people and places over the intervening years. For many, they also had professional roles tied up with the work. The network is reformed and often extended each time it was performed. Whilst Conrad was alive, he mixed those who were friends, colleagues, and collaborators with those who were new to the work and local to the venues in which the work was performed, expanding the network. It also includes instruments such as various long-string drones, carpets and film material, diagrams and clocks, all of which have their own stories. So in our research on Tony Conrad's 10 Years Alive on the Infinite Plane, we consciously worked to think about what it meant to decenter Conrad in the network that surrounded the work, wanting to question the central position given to the artist within accounts of contemporary art production. This thought experiment allowed us to spend more time with the dynamics of this assemblage, in particular thinking about the agency of all the desires or wishes that were driving the network around 10 Years Alive on the Infinite Plane. In thinking about the dynamics of this network or assemblage, I found the analogy to another network helpful, namely that which is convened around the business of assisted reproduction. So taking as my reference point the work of geographers Muller and Scher, in particular their paper Assemblage Thinking and Actor Network Theory, Conjunctions, Disjunctions, and Cross-Fertilizations from 2015, I was interested in what an analysis of the assemblage of precarious social relations needed for the market in assisted reproduction could tell us that would help us understand the assemblage of social relations and particular concepts of desire around the performance artwork 10 Years Alive on the Infinite Plane. So here I follow Muller and Scher in referencing Good Child and ultimately Deleuze and Guattari in an understanding of desire or wish as a productive force, a spontaneous emergence that generates relationship through a synthesis of multiplicities. So if we consider this assemblage that is drawn together in the case of assisted reproduction, as described by Muller and Scher, this assemblage includes intended parents, egg donors, surrogates, IVF professionals, airplanes, time schedules, Petri dishes, hormonal drugs, and so on. It is a range of desires and wishes that come together for this assemblage to emerge. The desire, of course, of the intended parents for a baby is a formative element of this assemblage and is not the only, but however is not the only desire or wish that is at play. Instead, the desire is distributed across the assemblage. These desires and wishes include the desire for profit, which is the primary desire probably for the clinics, and income is often also a primary motivating force for surrogate mothers or egg donors, although a desire to help others may also be a significant factor at play. However, all this pivots on the primary desire of the would-be parents for a baby. It is this desire that helps the intended parents overcome the considerable logistical, financial, ethical, and emotional odds involved in traveling abroad, buying eggs, and hiring a surrogate. So let us take this idea of desire and explore how this might work if we consider it in relation to an assemblage, the assemblage around 10 Years Alive on the Infinite Plane, as an assemblage which is concerned with the continuation and legacy of this work and the work more broadly of Tony Conrad. Again, I seem to be in this rather uncomfortable territory, this time comparing the creation of babies and artwork, so apologies for that. In the initial assemblage, the one formed around the work by Conrad, the artist acted from desire, like the intended parents, as the primary drive for the constitution of the assemblage. We can see each performance as bringing together an assemblage of performers and instruments, film and sound equipment, space, acoustics, sound engineers, curators, gallerists, press officers, aeroplanes, money, members of the estate, producers, contracts, and audience members, etc. So in 2017 and 2019, the museum brought into this assemblage not only its own agency as collector and as a canonizing power, but also its own string of curators, marketing people, registrars, conservators, art handling technicians, and of course our strategies for conservation, documentation, transmission, and the experiences of our previous displays of performance art. The initial bridge between the museum and the network, around 10 years alive on the infinite plane, was the curator, Andrea Lissoni, shown here in the middle of the diagram, who had produced the work in Bologna on the 16th of April, 2013, and had come to know Conrad. And then shortly before Conrad's death, had gone to talk to him and Conrad's gallerist, Vera Alemani, about the possibility of this work coming into the collection. Both Andrea Lissoni and Vera Alemani are important instigating forces within the reconfiguration of this network or assemblage, each, of course, with their own desires and motivations. So how are we to understand the role of the artist as a primary instigator of the assemblage that gathers to create and maintain the artwork? Does the idea of charisma add anything to the mix? So let's think about these ideas of desire and charisma. Desire is the motivating force that brings together the assemblage and keeps it together for the achievement of a given end. In the cases we've been discussing, those might be a baby or the artwork or, of course, the performance of an artwork. To quote Deleuze and Guattari, assemblages are passional. They are compositions of desire. Desire has nothing to do with a natural or spontaneous determination. There is no desire but assembled desire. The rationality, the efficiency of an assemblage does not exist without the passions the assemblage brings into play, without the desires that constitute it as much as it constitutes them. And I just wanted to kind of share with you that last week we were working on a really wonderful installation by the artist Emma Bashi-Okon, and she spoke constantly about her desires for the work when she was speaking about her decisions. So that was very much her language. And it really struck me what a different register that was from the idea of artist intent. So charisma is a relational property contingent on the perceiver and the context, which manifests as the capacity or the capability of those instigators to motivate others to join the assemblage. Those joining the assemblage might have their own desires, but charisma acts as an ability to enlist others to pursue a shared desire. In both cases, the primary instigators of the assemblage, the parents and the artist, have a particular claim on the baby or the artwork that is produced, and the assemblage is set up to succeed in that end. Of course, something might go wrong, but success is defined as the special claim over what results. So let's go back to the relationship to the institution. Leaving would-be parents aside for a moment and substituting them for Christian miracle workers, within the dynamic of charisma, it's important for the credit of the outcomes, the performance of miracles, to return to a single figure. So their authority is maintained and canonized. In these accounts of charisma, its attribution is not distributed across the network. It is singled out for the artist or the miracle worker and those within the network, the museum workers or the acolytes, and context serves to construct and maintain the charisma of the artist or the miracle worker. So all that property of charisma always goes back and returns to the artist or the miracle worker. So returning to 10 years alive on the infinite plane, while the locus of the charisma remains with Conrad even after death, the authority distributed across the different parts of the network shifts to incorporate the museum as a new player. When the work was first considered for Tate's collection in 2016, this provided a trigger for the museum to have a license to care and engage in the assemblage, impacting the existing network to form a new modified network, including the museum and its staff. So how are we to understand this moment of transition? I have over the last few years been thinking with colleagues about the artist's estate, which is the vehicle established as the official transition team for the artist after their death. So let's start by seeing what we can learn from early modern miracle workers in the understanding of the charismatic authority of the artist and the idea of successful transmission being predicated on the existence of a network on the death of the artist, which becomes the transition team that has the task of brokering a relationship with structures of a traditional authority. This analogy seems to fit particularly well in the case of Tony Conrad and 10 Years Alive on the Infinite Plane, which was brought into Tate's collection after the artist's death, brokered by an assemblage that surrounded the work and the artist. So charismatic authority is understood to operate outside the norms of rational society, free from everyday routine, and is a social relationship between those who hold charismatic authority and those who believe or follow it. Building on Webber's exploration of charisma, the account I want to draw upon in relation to charisma is that of Lena Voss and Parigi. This is from their paper from 2014, called Miracle Making and the Preservation of Charisma. So they study early modern miracle workers, and it's their analysis of understanding the relationship of institution in the process of routinization that occurs in order to ensure canonization. Actually, it's kind of rooted in Webber. So useful to our thinking about the role of the artist in the literature that has responded to the idea of charisma within organizational studies is the idea that it should be possible to include in an account of charisma the factors and other agents that were instrumental in making charismatic acts possible and thereby providing a socially situated account. So charisma is a lively and sometimes unpredictable property that is vital for the enrollment or support for complex artworks that require a great deal of organization, resources, and energy to be mustered each time they're performed. Like desire, it's a mobilizing force. Webber takes the view that charismatic authority is inherently unstable and destined to be transformed into structures of traditional authority or perish. So within the scholarship of Lena Voss and Parigi, we find an exploration of the preservation of charisma among early Christian miracle workers that offers a useful study for the preservation of charisma in other contexts and its relationship to institutions. So they outline how it is the task of the acolytes to preserve the charismatic status of miracle worker, both whilst the miracle worker is alive and after their death, by creating opportunities for miracle making, as well as maintaining a densely connected network of diverse supporters. An important part of their study is to look at the importance for acolytes to build a relationship to the institution, in their case, the Catholic Church, as a consecrating institution. The acolytes are responsible for successfully ensuring the canonization of the miracle worker by moving from charismatic authority to routinization, represented by official recognition by the church. So importantly, within this network, post-mortem miracles performed after the miracle worker's death, are always attributed to the original charismatic figure, shoring up their authority and ensuring the locus of the charisma remains with the dead miracle worker. So I hope you can see where I'm going with this. We see something similar play out with the enduring centrality of the artist within these artworks whose performance and conservation require the ongoing mobilization of a complex social network or assemblage. The structure is set up so that the locus of the charisma in the ongoing production of the work always remains with the artist and continues to bolster their authority as author of the work even after their death. This serves to maintain the centrality of the artist and seems to resist a more distributed account, unless, of course, we recognize that this is a construct that is only realized and possible because of the work of the wider network. And I guess this kind of buy-in about pushing the charisma and the authority back to the artist. So similarly, we can see a role in the museum as a canonizing authority, providing legitimacy to the artist's standing, but also transforming and translating it into structures of traditional authority. And if you are skeptical about this, our curators literally refer to one of Tate's functions as being a canonizing machine. So is this one of the ways we are to understand the transition of a performance-based artwork into the museum? On the death of the artist, this relationship with the museum serves to preserve the charisma and allow the artist to continue to hold the power and status confirmed by the charisma that continues to be conferred upon the artist. The successful engagement of the museum is a sign of success of the network or assemblage organized after death, particularly around the artist's estate, to ensure the continued status and reputation of the artist. So whilst an artist is alive, as with celebrity chefs, and I owe this analogy to Lena Voss and Parigi, recognition from external authorities such as the Michelin Guide is key to enabling staff in those multiple restaurants belonging to acclaimed celebrity chefs to produce the, and I quote, the culinary magic on an everyday basis without the presence of the charismatic chef. Again, it is important that all charismatic acts are attributed to the central miracle worker. Activities of conservation are, of course, not solely the domain of conservators, and where the practices are less associated with the skills required for material maintenance and repair, the conservation of artworks becomes an endeavor that is widely shared. So the relationship between those involved in previous performances of 10 Years Alive, The Infinite Pain, permeate both this case study and help us understand not only how this work has been learnt and passed on whilst Conrad was alive, but also how this might be preserved after his death and what might happen. The visibility of the assemblage around Conrad and their role in the continuation and conservation of the artwork made it necessary to understand the museum in relation to the dynamics of this assemblage. However, there seems to be a tension between the visibility of the distributed nature of the knowledge and authority over this work and this idea of the centrality of the artist. Whilst the account of canonization of the miracle workers seems to fit with the dynamics of the canon-making capacity of the museum and the need for the work to retain its status after the death of the artist, we have to ask to what degree we are reinforcing an outmoded, Western-centric and often highly gendered notion of artistic production within these structures. Maybe we are simply reflecting the phenomena we see throughout our work with artists, that whilst the agency of the assemblage might be located in its relations, the artist still plays a central role, charismatically, in their ability to instigate a certain assemblage which orbits around and realizes the artwork. You may not be comfortable with this way of imagining the role of the artist and its relationship to the museum, and I do hope for a lively Q&A, but what I have hoped to do is offer a reading of what remains surprisingly underexplored topic, perhaps the largest elephant in the room within our field of conservation. So these thoughts are built from the experience of working with all those that have been involved in the project Reshaping the Collectible, when artworks live in the museum, from whom I have learned so very, very much. And I'm glad to say you will also hear from them over the next couple of days, or at least 3 of them. Very specifically, I have Kit Webb to thank for sharing the paper on charisma by Lena Voss and Parigi. Also, I would like to acknowledge Jill Sterrett, whose thinking has informed mine in a conversation that has lasted over 20 years. And finally, I would like to thank those artists and their artworks themselves that compel us to stay with these questions And for those who are interested in the work that we've done on Conrad, do please have a look at the website for the Reshaping the Collectible project. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Pip. That was really amazing and inspirational. As always, we have learned so much. And the ideas that you brought to the table today, I think, will keep on inspiring and yeah, further thoughts and perhaps work in the field of the conservation of contemporary art, as they have been, you know, for the past several decades already. So thank you so much again for this wonderful paper. And we will now open the Q&A. So the audiences and the panelists are very welcome to ask questions. And I might actually start with the first one that kind of brings us to this issue of perhaps non-human agents a little bit. I am, though, not quite sure if I'm doing injustice to this idea of assemblage, but let me come back to your words. You said that performance artworks make visible the reality that artworks are situated within networks of or assemblages of human and non-human agents, which are essential to their realization. And I wonder, could you tell us a little bit more about these non-human agents, in a way, their role in shaping the works, and how would the social be reconfigured in this respect? Or am I doing, you know, injustice to the concept of assemblage, which involves already this kind of melange or this coming together of the human and non-human? And nonetheless, I just wonder, you know, to hear your opinion.
I mean, I think, you know, I guess what we're really pointing to is the impact of those relationships. I mean, it's all about the relationships of, I do think, I've been thinking about amoebas quite a lot, but I do think this sort of organic sense of the way in which these different factors enter in and reconfigure things is quite interesting. I think particularly if we think about 10 Years Alive on the Infinite Plane, I think we've got some really interesting elements of that which which have, well, I think probably the most obvious element that entered the assemblage and changed it was the one that entered on shortly actually before the death of Conrad. So one of the aspects of the performance as we perform it now is Conrad playing the violin. So it is a recording, and it stands in for Conrad. And but it very much is, he would hate this idea because he was very anti-authority, but it's very much operates like a kind of first violin, and the other musical performances kind of respond to that. And it started to come into the assemblage as a thing whilst he was ill, and he knew he wouldn't have the energy to be able to perform the 90-minute work. So then this recording started to come into the network, which also gave it kind of an authority to be able to still be in the network after the death of Conrad. And it meant that instead of deciding to bring in a second violin live, the impact of that non-human element, that recording, was that has been the way in which the work has been performed in response to Tony Conrad playing the violin, since his death. So I hope that's a kind of example where you can see this sort of, it's very kind of, you know, organic sort of space as these different elements move in and move out. I think there's other great examples of Conrad having lost a long string drone because it got lost. He put it in the hold of an aeroplane. And so he, and it didn't show up for the performance. So until like right the last minute, which really was stressful. So what he did after that is he made a travel version of the long string drone. So here we see aeroplanes and baggage handlers coming in to influence the work. Which is the form that we have it, and we use it as well. So there's lots of examples like that. And of course, institutions as well reshape as we get involved this assemblage.
Thank you. Wonderful. We have 3 questions, and I'm going to take one from the audiences, from Ruth. She asks, is in this assemblage of knowledge, in this assemblage and pass on of knowledge, does it allow us for the adaptability for the future iterations, or is it a static form of the artwork? Thanks. And as always, loved your presentation.
Oh, thank you. That is a great question, actually. And so I think probably many of us have been really reading Fernando Domingos Rubio's book, Still Life, with quite a lot of interest and enthusiasm, which is very much kind of seeing the museum as a tool or instrument that is completely geared to things being static and remaining the same over time and space, actually. And it's an issue that we've really, really grappled with, because in a way, the whole kind of assumption underpinning reshaping the collectible was that we could, as an institution, develop ways of dealing with adaptability and change in our artworks, and allowing for kind of improvisation and change. I think it's really interesting then if we look at what the role of the museum might be if we compare it to the role of the church in terms of this canonizing institution. Because obviously that whole idea was to move something out of a very unstable space and to kind of stabilize. So we're somewhere in between, and I really don't think it's resolved. Really this question of, if we really want to, if our big desire is to allow these works to live and change, can we do that in the museum? And can we also fulfill these other functions? You know, do we want to fulfill these other functions that we've also been tasked with and designed to do? So I think, you know, lots to talk about there. And I hope we'll come back to this issue because it's one very close to my heart.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Julia has a question. Julia, could you turn your mic? Yes, excellent.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Pip. Thank you for your talk. And I also, first of all, just want to say how much I admire your fearlessness and creativity in metaphors and analogies, which I think is so important to a field that needs to, or really benefits from looking far afield, maybe in unexpected places for models and ideas that will exactly help us to bring conservation and performance together. And my question is really following up on what you were just saying and what you were saying you hoped you had the opportunity to speak about more. So I'd happy to hear more about that. I was thinking about a word you used at the beginning of your talk, queasiness, a sense of queasiness at trying to, as I interpreted, a kind of fundamental problem that we're dealing with, trying to take these works that were not designed for museum processes and put them into museums that often have, for various reasons, fairly fixed ways of doing things. And one thing that you've spoken about and are speaking about now is the need for museums fundamentally to adapt and to think about, as you were saying, if we want to do this, we are going to have to change in some way. So I'm really interested to hear what you think some of the primary challenges are to change, and where you think maybe there are opportunities for that kind of possibly quite fundamental change in how museums go about this work.
Wow, that's a big question, Julia. I mean, I think the question of museums and change at the moment, given everything that's happened over the last year, almost 2 years now, but I think particularly thinking of the crisis that museums are in, both in terms of identity, in terms of politics, in terms of who we represent, in terms of our colonial histories, all of those things. I think there's a really fundamental look at what is this, if you can we take those elements away from the museum? And if we do, what's left? And I think that this is putting museum workers into a degree of crisis all over the world, because there's part of us that obviously loves museums, loves the ability to be able to go and see these works again and again, and see these works repeat, so that we can carry them forward through time. So I think the kind of $1 million question for all of us at the moment is really just, how do we try and reimagine the museum in a way that I think really examines all those structures around kind of power and cataloging and canonization in a kind of fundamental way. And so that's, I think, an enormous project of which luckily some very brilliant minds are working away, giving us kind of thoughts and insight into that. But you know, there are little things, and one of the brilliant things about working with the conservation team at Tate is their receptiveness, I think, to examining their own practices. And so one of the things that happened, which Louise may talk about later, is just this recognition that if we're going to really be this generous host, see ourselves as joining an existing assemblage, how important it is to remove the neutral voice from our documentation and to really find ways of acknowledging the existing knowledge and expertise and people who've supported the work in its life all the way up to this point. Now, that might seem quite a small thing, but it's kind of one of those small steps, I think, into just radically rethinking the way in which we relate to the world. So I think these are little things that we can do. And the other thing that came up, interestingly, was just thinking about the ways in which our artist interview practice, which has been a kind of stalwart of contemporary art conservation, how that operates as a kind of dynamic to fix things, to separate artists from the work, and how we can kind of just be conscious of the tools that we're using and be much more transparent about that and understand that. So that's not really an answer to your question, but that's a response to it, I think, Julia.
Thanks so much, Pip. We have so many questions, actually, and 2 minutes left. I don't know, where to start. Perhaps I should just, we should just take one more. I mean, there is one interesting coming from Chrissy. I think it's Chrissy Eyes. Yeah. How can we preserve the charisma of radicality in the work once it enters the institution? Could representing it in a non-institutional radical space be a way to do this? I think it very much relates to Julia's question as well. Extending the network to others outside the canonizing the institution as a way to continue radicality into the future. And thank you, Pip, for an incredible keynote, Chrissy.
Well, that sounds like Chrissy is busy doing that, so that's great. And I think that sounds like a really interesting idea. And you're right in that the Conrads, one of the exciting things about it is because it has this life, right? That was very much engaged in festivals, experimental music festivals, and came to the art world fairly late in its life. It will be requested, I think, for display and performance in those sorts of contexts. And there is a loan request. We have loan requests for it. And I really hope that the museum finds a way to respond to facilitating those kinds of performances in those kinds of spaces. There's a really interesting, another work that we're involved in is Richard Bell's Embassy, which references the original Tent Embassy, which was a protest site for Aboriginal land rights in 1972 that was positioned outside the government building in Canberra originally. And he's taken this tent and created it as a kind of sovereign space for activism, which is so, you know, within museums, but he's also really loaning it as a instruction piece, which very much goes to kind of the heart of the idea of just being able to repeat this space of activation and this kind of space of radicality in very different places. So that again is a really interesting idea, that we co-own that work with the Museum of Contemporary Art in Sydney, and how we facilitate that, I think, will be a really interesting challenge.
Thank you so much, Pip. I think we need to wrap up, unfortunately. I'm just being reminded by one of my colleagues that the panelists are welcome to answer the Q&A questions actually directly in the Q&A, and we can come back to these questions in today's evening discussion, so stay tuned. But now we have to move on. Thank you so much, Pip, once again for a wonderful lecture and wonderful conversation. Now I'm passing on to Julia, who will moderate the first panel. Thank you, Julia.
Thank you, Hannah. Thank you, Pip, for such a wonderful start to everything. We will now begin our first panel, in which our speakers will be addressing precarity and ephemerality in relation to performance's presence in institutional spaces. I will not be reading everyone's illustrious bios because that would simply take too long, but you can find more information about our speakers and their talks on our website, and we'll put a link to our website in the chat. First, we will hear from Erin Brannigan and Louise Lawson on precarious movements, contemporary dance as contemporary art. And a reminder again that you are free to ask questions in the chat throughout their talk and after, and we will return for a Q&A. And now I cede the screen to Erin and Louise.
Thank you so much, Julia, and thank you so much, Pip, for your wonderful presentation. I'm going to start straight away. Louise is going to pop a little slide up so that you can see a little bit about the project. Thank you very much for having us, and I'm going to jump straight in. I can't see Louise. Are you there, Louise?
Yes, I am, Erin.
Okay, great. Here we go. So precarious movements, the project firstly defines its field of research historically and theoretically. The history of engagements between contemporary dance and visual art is being recuperated by theorists such as Meredith Morse and Susan Rosenberg, writing about Simone Forti and Trisha Brown respectively. A minor history within visual arts historiographies, according to curator and theorist Julia Robinson. This has helped the team think about the role of dance and how it has played that role in the development of some of the major aesthetic shifts since the mid-20th century, including minimalism, neo-Dada, conceptual art, and the emergence of performance art, non-object-based or dematerialized art, post-conceptual, post-disciplinary, and participatory art. We begin to see how a type of contemporary dance has been a part of the contemporary arts in its most progressive manifestations. Today we see work that belongs to the gallery in the way that Trisha Brown's Walking on the Wall from 1971 did. Louise, what is the history of choreographic works at Tate Modern?
Louise, you need to unmute
myself, sorry. The first dance commission at Tate was Living Costs by DB8 Dance Theatre in 2003, and dance has been part of the events programme at Tate ever since. However, it's only some 15 years later that we see the first choreographic artwork start to enter Tate's permanent collection. And the first work I wanted to mention is Trisha Brown's Set Reset, and this was shown at Tate Modern in January 2017, and then was subsequently proposed for acquisition into our collection. And this is a collaborative performance project made for the stage between Trisha Brown, Laurie Anderson and Robert Rauschenberg. And as part of the acquisition, it's going to come with a professional license, which means Tate has the license to show the choreographic aspect of this work, but does not own it. That remains with the Trisha Brown Dance Company, who facilitate the presentation of this each and every time it's performed. And then in 2019, Tate acquired its first choreographic artwork by the artist Li Mingwei called Our Labyrinth. And this work is a participatory performance project in which solo dancers, dressed in floor-length sarongs, wearing an ankle belt, take it in turns to sweep a mound of rice in patterns on the floor in the designated gallery space. This process involves experienced dancers, described by the artist as seed dancers, who work with new dancers who've been selected via an audition process to transmit and share knowledge of the dance. This process creates new seed dancers who can then perform the work in the future. And this requires us to consider ways of supporting such artworks that are intrinsically linked to an artist, and this need to maintain a cycle of teaching new performers.
Louise, choreographic works are only recently being collected at other institutions too, shifting such works from public programs events to collections and acquisitions. In your examples, you have described three different modes. Firstly, an event program work, the DV8 piece. Secondly, a licensed performance work, the Trisha Brown work, and then Li Mingwei, which might be an example of that particular type of contemporary dance that is part of the broader field of post-disciplinary contemporary arts. We have collectively attempted to define this work, and we have said choreography that engages its conditions, choreography that engages in conditions corresponding to those in the contemporary visual arts. I have also defined this field as distinct from contemporary dance presented on the stage that has its lineage in theatre and ballet, being rather dance as a contemporary art media. Such work stretching back to the mid-20th century has been exposed as both a crucial catalyst for innovation within broader aesthetic developments and a distinct permutation of art categories such as the post-conceptual. Louise, is this how you would understand the choreographic work that comes your way as a Tate conservator?
Yes, Erin, so far my experience is with these three modes of event, licensed and collection. And regarding the mode of license in the context of choreographic artwork, this is the first license for this type of artwork in our collection. We do have other licensed artworks, but this is for a smaller number of video works. However, the license model could potentially fill gaps in collections where acquisition may not be possible for various reasons. And of course, we're at the beginning of exploring this, and defining dance as contemporary art certainly resonates in terms of thinking around care. And one of our biggest risks for any new forms of practice entering an institution is, do we have the right systems and procedures in place? Of course, this project will be exploring what this might mean and potentially look like for conservation and or the conservator. And we're in the very first moments of collecting. And for me, it seems a very timely opportunity to explore these questions that the artworks are asking of us. And Erin, to that end, what new questions do you think these artworks are starting to ask?
I think the Li Mingwei case study illustrates how choreographic work asks the gallery to consider the status of the work of art, which is embodied and transmitted, the nature of artistic labor, which here involves devising action, processes, performance, and the gallery conditions, for example, the floor, not the wall, and having to share performance space with visitors and other artworks. These diverge from issues related to performance art due to, firstly, the pronounced lack of residue, a common lack of installations, videos, or scores. Secondly, a dependence upon corporeal co-presence. Thirdly, a high degree of virtuosic bodywork involved, which is specialized and labor-intensive. And lastly, specific requirements of space-time that ensue from this, such as the need for sprung floors, rotating casts, and an eye on performance safety. In these ways, such works challenge institutions on the very grounds of conservation, care, ethics, authority, resistance, and diversity. Louise, why do you think such works have resisted collecting structures until so very recently?
The choreographic works, Erin, that I've experienced so far have such an intertwined relationship with the artist, choreographer, i.e. the curator and often performer. And when I think about the performance works in our collection, the first works were primarily instruction-based, for example, Roman Ondag's Good Feeling in Good Times, which is a performance of an artificially created cue. Instructions are given to the artist who verbally relays this to the performers. And in this way, the artist has delegated this work, and therefore the artist's authority has been shifted to others. And having these types of works enter the collection first, perhaps for me, has made it easier in terms of their conservation due to their instructional nature, allowing us to develop expertise over time. And I think this has helped lay the groundwork for collecting more complex works. And for works that are entering collections, I'm starting to see two models emerging. That of creating a network of authorised dancers teaching new generations of dancers that need actively supporting in the institutions. And I see this in a couple of institutions so far. As I described earlier, Li Mingwei has seed dancers, and we start to see this with Simone Forte's dance constructions at MoMA, where they use a model of designated qualified teachers who again teach new performers. And also Maria Hasabi's staging, which is in the Walker Art Centre, works in a similar vein, creating licensed teachers. And I also see, as a profession, a collective responsibility for any institution that engages with the work to support these networks, i.e. if it were borrowed. The second model relates to what's been acquired, and I actually find this really intriguing. And as one example, Maria Hasabi, when her work was collected at the Walker, created 3 distinct and discrete versions of her work: the performed choreographic work, a video, and an archival version. The critical version remains that of the live dance. However, artists are considering various versions at the point of acquisition. And I think it would be so interesting to explore what the driver for the artist is in relation to these discrete versions. Are they driven by artistic practice, lifespan, legacy, or a perceived inherent vulnerability as they enter an institution? And underlying all of this is something that collecting institutes have to accept, that the work may not or cannot persist. And Erin, I think this is one of us to explore further.
Yes, Louise, these new models, transmission as conservation or multiplication, diversification as conservation, are addressing a certain perceived or real vulnerability for such works in the museum context, a condition that is quite distinct from the instruction-based work such as ONDAX, which circulates via curators and at arm's length from the author. Such models respond to problems that have as much to do with creative cultures and economies involved as the ontological nature of the works themselves. Focusing here on the former to start, we have chosen the word precarious to frame our project. Precarious movements is a phrase used by choreographer Boris Chamaz in his Manifesto for a National Choreographic Centre, a Musée de la Danse. He is referring to the opportunities that he perceived for both dance and the museum in the encounter between the two, and goes on, we are at a time in history when a museum can modify both preconceived ideas about museums and one's ideas about dance. Precarity has many definitions, of course. Theorists Judith Butler and Hal Foster argue that precarity is a social construct describing the uncertainty and instability of some due to the power imbalance favored by others. Artist Thomas Hirschhorn places precarity at the center of his practice and distinguishes between the ephemeral as coming from nature and precarity as the result of human actions and decisions. In this model, precarity is willful and is a condition that can be chosen, affirmative, and resistant. The type of creative work that is the heart of our project defines precarity as a practice of resistance through its very operations. Within dance studies, the art form has been described as unassertive, generative of unregulated knowledges and processes, having a special relationship with failure, weakness, and unworking. We believe that contemporary dance has historically influenced new lineages of contemporary art practice that embrace these such conditions. Thinking about this from a conservation perspective, how does the condition of precarity manifest in the choreographic works you are dealing with, Louise?
When thinking of issues of precarity, I just wanted to pick up on the first 2 words, Erin, of uncertainty and instability. Within conservation, there is a need to shift our relationship with uncertainty, the unknown outcome, and to embrace this. And it's in part accepting that such artworks cannot be easily wrangled into existing conservation processes, and that they're asking for something different. Choreographic works involve a set of movements, behavioural patterns that embody a form of social memory, and with the notion of the body playing a significant and crucial role, an embodied knowledge that comes from this accumulated reflexive action. The embodied knowledge and body-to-body chain of transmission of a choreographic artwork makes them precarious. The works by their very nature are inherently migratory and provisional, as described by Min-Won Kwon, and we see this when we think about Min-Wei's Seed Dancers.
I'm sorry, my internet just dropped up, but I'm back. So there's a huge shift in the nature of authorship here that sits alongside the change in our understanding of the work of art in its ontological state. The author cannot be distanced from the work of art in the same way that a score-based textual work by, say, for instance, George Brecht can operate independently of Brecht and can generate many responses that circulate well beyond his original creative gesture. The dependence on human-to-human transmission is something you tie directly to precarity of dance. You also refer to embodied knowledge, social memory, and body-to-body transmission, which are all choreographic processes and methods, as part of a new apparatus of conservation that is building around the acquisition of dance works. Does this mean the precarity is a condition we need to accept when thinking of choreography in the museum, Louise?
Yes, Erin, I think it is one that we need to accept. And if for a moment I use a material-orientated conservation term, and in doing so kind of highlighting why there needs to be a shift from material practices, would precarity be considered an inherent vice, where it is the tendency of an object or material to change or deteriorate due to its internal characteristics? Would precarity here be a vice or a virtue, in that it is something that's integral to the work's activation and therefore an inherent characteristic that makes the work the work? In material practice, this notion around vice means that the materiality of the work will endure change, perhaps loss, it becomes something different, and often can be seen as a self-catalytic process that results in its own destruction if ultimately the object can exist at all in the long term. And this always tends to have a negative view. And for the choreographic object, change, omissions, additions, becoming something different over time as they unfold or perhaps evolve, all resonate with what the works are, and that these inherent characteristics and conditions are needed for the works to persist. If the overall practice is precarious due to the inseparable nature of the work from which it is made or created, then we need to be able to work to support precarity. As you described earlier, Erin, precarity can be a condition that's chosen, and perhaps in this context, one that needs to be accepted and affirmed.
On the other hand, we could think about the very complex, networked and embodied nature of the processes and methods above as more dependable than the vagaries of authored works disassociated from their authors. The nature of choreographic work has led us to put artists and creative practice firmly at the center of our project through multiple commissions and workshops, engaging their knowledge and experience as primary research and supporting dancers and choreographers as important end users. Our outcomes reflect this philosophy too, best practice guidelines and toolkits to support both the choreographer and the museum. This would seem to ensure a very direct relationship between artists and their work that might be lost in the conservation of other more stable media. Could this be true, Louise?
Yeah, for me, Erin, I think the advantage of the care of these works currently residing within time-based media conservation as they do at Tate and our other project partner, Art Gallery of New South Wales, and I would also extend this to include contemporary art conservators here, means that they're already adept and agile in terms of managing works that have a closer reliance on the artist and their larger body of work or practice. The challenges for time-based media conservation are often about defining what the work is, how the work was conceived by the artist, how might this change over time, and challenges associated with technological obsolescence. But of course, we're now seeing the impact of social networks and communities related to these artworks. And the challenge for me is that choreographic artworks perhaps amplify some of these challenges, but also are potentially introducing new ones, which we need to explore.
So perhaps an ethics of care for choreographic works in the gallery might involve an ethical, community-based practice that places the institution in a horizontal relationship with what is outside it, following on from what Pip was saying. Indeed, the collective nature of this presentation reflects the collective status of choreography and is a methodology we are committed to throughout the life of the research project. Our team and associates include curators, conservators, theorists, publishers, and archivists, but most importantly, artists. And our lead and independent artist, Shelley Lassica, has been put on a wage for the life of the project. And this is a first for government-funded academic grants in Australia. How do you see the role of the artist panning out in relation to the work at Tate, Louise?
I continue to see that the artists play a very central role, but this isn't a single moment, but multiple and various moments across an artwork's life within the institution where we need to engage with the artist. So if I come back to Li Ming Wei, we had an initial conversation in 2019 with the artist and the curator, and these were critical to start to understand the work and its requirements. And this was very much a collaborative process, and to just acknowledge here Anna Ribeiro, Hélia Marçal, my conservation colleagues, and Tamsin Hong, our assistant curator for performance. We all worked collectively to develop our understanding of this work, and those initial conversations with the artist started to paint a picture of other moments that we would need to engage the artist to develop our understanding of the work. We identified the auditions, rehearsals, as well as any potential activation in the gallery as moments for engagement and reflection. And to focus on the audition process, as the activation has been delayed due to COVID, this was an enlightening moment to be an observer and watch the whole process and the artist in action, particularly observing those qualities to best describe movement. The written description was, quote, to be able to perform in a breathy, flowing, continuous movement, end quote. So we have that written down, but it was absolutely illuminating to see this in a very visual way and think about how the artist, one of his experienced seed dancers, and our curator responded to that. And it became really clear what the artist was looking for in terms of the intention of these dancers. And we were able to record different moments in those auditions. And that's been incredibly helpful and rich in terms of thinking about how we can then translate that information for conservation purposes. Erin, where do you see the artist's role regarding choreographic works entering the gallery? And do you think institutions need to be doing more to support artists?
Thanks, Louise. Just to finish up, there is no doubt that this kind of work is unprecedented in the ways we have described. However, I think the type of conservation work we are talking about, expansive, networked, long-term, careful, mutable, has a good chance of serving the choreographic artists who are creating work that is being presented, collected, and conserved by art museums and galleries. New conservation models based on transmission and diversification seem appropriate in this expanded model, and they also suit the creative ecologies of the art form. And I'd love to spend some more time thinking through such a model against the fantastically dramatic language that conservation uses to describe the unstable elements of a work of art, loss, deterioration, and inherent vices. Perhaps for our next conversation, Louise.
Thank you. Thank you both so much for this really rich and productive dialogue. I'm sure we have some questions from the audience and from your fellow speakers today. But if I may, I'd like to ask the first question. You bring up so many rich avenues for discussion in your talk. And one thing that you addressed are some of the practical, technical, and even architectural challenges of presenting choreographic work in art museums. I was interested in your the kind of emblematizing this in the idea of the wall versus the floor. And I wonder if you could also speak a bit more about some of the less tangible challenges or problems. I'm thinking, for example, of Claire Bishop's critique of dance's presence in the museum based on her differentiation in the kinds of attention that are demanded or expected by works of dance versus works of art. For Bishop, dance tends to demand a more sustained, time-based attention, whereas art is generally approached with a more diffuse, self-directed type of attention that you can leave and come back and walk away and spend 10 seconds and then later on spend another 10 seconds, whereas traditionally, at least, choreographic works, dance works are expected that you're essentially staying in one place for the beginning until the end, which of course is changed once we move that kind of work from a stage to a museum floor.
I might just jump in quickly. I think Sarah Mitchelson talks about this really beautifully in terms of the different kinds of critical communities around the different art forms. and the sort of specialized dancer viewer that we almost need to cultivate anew for these new spaces. And I find this really challenging in terms of thinking through, you know, a kind of guide to contemporary dance for a viewer who might not be used to reading that kind of work. So I think in that sort of critical analytic way, I think that's, yeah, it's a very interesting kind of proposition. Louise?
No, I agree, Erin, and I think it's just interesting just to start to think about what that might mean in terms of works coming into institutions. And I don't know if this is part of the resistance on why there's so few. I mean, obviously, the premise of this colloquium is that works can be collected, but within our project, we are trying to think about where dance belongs. It may not always be the institution, and I think some of those points that you're raising, Julian, lend themselves to that particular discussion, because there is a resistance, and I think it's helpful that we try and explore why that might be the case, but also, you know, from my perspective as well, you know, are we becoming better equipped to be able to deal with such works, and particularly as they start to become more complex and challenge just how we fundamentally work and why there needs to be, I think as Pip in her keynote was talking about, and I think you asked the question, like a fundamental shift in terms of how institutions need to change, or perhaps want to change to be able to collect different types of works.
Yeah, thank you. And I think, you know, this is one of many areas in which I think the artists themselves, the practitioners themselves often have not just ideas, but solutions and strong approaches. Artists who are bridging these gaps between dance and art, who maybe have worked and exhibited in both worlds. And I often think that artists can be leaders in helping us, those of us on the other side, trying to formulate how to bring these works into the systems and places that we have. We have a question from Pip, who asks if Erin could say more about precarity as a practice of resistance, which is a beautiful idea.
So I guess this idea of precarity as an act of resistance is really the embracing of precarity, and those other words that I drew out from dance studies around how dance has been described as an unworking, for instance, of certain knowledges. There's a lot of discussion around certain qualities of dance that could be seen as negatives, but actually have helped dance navigate different pathways and be a kind of counterpoint within the contemporary arts. And some of the work I'm kind of trying to do around the history of dance practices and the engagements with those different paradigms like minimalism and neo-dada is really the role that dance played in significant rethinking that kind of was a little invisibilized. And this is, I think, a condition of this precarity, this unassertiveness is a word that I like to use. It's an art form that does what it does quite quietly in the larger ecology. And so I think that makes it by nature precarious, but perhaps that's also its strength. Does that make sense?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, it's a wonderful point that what we want to do is to make room for that precarity rather than trying to solve it.
Yeah, and cure it of that. And I think that's something that I guess Louise coming into this conversation, and the other conservator from Art Gallery of New South Wales, Carolyn Murphy, are so open to trying to hold that quality and not bend the work to some other agendas within the conservation kind of remit. So very lucky ethical, careful approach within the group, which is fantastic.
Yeah, thank you so much. And thank you both for the talk and for your answers. We hope to see you more throughout today and tomorrow, and at the talk at the end of the day. And now it is my pleasure to introduce our next speakers. We will next be hearing from Hélia Marçal and Siri Peyer on interfrictions, the ephemeral meets the static. And I have a feeling we're going to be thinking again about not how to fix the ephemeral, but rather to embrace it. So Rahel and Siri, if you're ready, I'm happy to turn the screen over to you.
Thank you very much. Yes, we are ready. And I guess that indeed, what we are going to present, I guess, is following up quite well on what has been said in the two talks, or in the conversation and the talk before. So I share my screen with you. And we'll start. So the context of our input is a very specific one, and therefore we would like to start with a brief account of it. The background to our observation is the research project collecting the ephemeral prerequisites and possibilities for making performance art last, which, as named in the short description, is concerned with how live performances can be included in collections as just that, live events. Knowing that this has already been done in some larger museums in an international context for some years, our project is also about finding out if and how this can be implemented within smaller institutions. Switzerland offers a rather ideal framework for this focus, as it has both a lively performance scene and the diverse structures for contemporary art, but at the same time does not have very large museums that have, for example, independent research departments, sorry. So our project aims can be summarized more or less like this. We would like to get a compilation of performance art collecting practices in order to give some insight on how this could be done. We will develop model cases together with artists. Siri will present the way we will do that later on. We will identify the challenges for the Swiss institutions and experts in exchange with international experts, and this should result in a compendium where those model cases will be combined with practical hints and theoretical contributions. So what we are going to present here is not even preliminary insights. It's rather the areas where we see the need for clarifications. To this end, we have designed a project architecture within which we, together with the involved partners, who are all interested in principle in having live performances included in collections, ask very specifically about their scope for action, but also possible obstacles. These include 4 art museums, the ones you see here, one of them privately funded, as well as the Swiss Federal Art Collection, whose mandate is to represent the Swiss art scene in its collection, and the gallery that also represents performance artists. 4 performance artists are also involved in the project, who develop performances that can become part of a collection as live performances. All the practice partners involved are entering new territory, and our project is about finding out how structures and processes are to be organized so that the collecting of live performances can be integrated into the everyday life. The research team, therefore, includes not only art scholars and artists, but also an expert in art law, who repeatedly points out that the many legal challenges potentially associated with these acquisitions. This is only one of a number of problems that came to the surface in the first discussions and workshops with the partners involved, and which we would now like to discuss in more detail. We have used the term interfrictions here because it clearly describes the situation in that in spite of everyone's expressed will to buy live performances, until now there has mainly been talk of the problems, challenges, and imponderables. Initial observations lead to the assumption that the progressive professionalization in institutions does not make it easier to react to demands such as those posed by live performances, but rather make it more difficult. We provide insight into the reservations that emerged in these conversations and classify them in relation to the associated ideas of an institutional self-image, role models, and everyday work. I will focus on the perspective of the collectors, while Siri will present that of the artists, which she will do right now.
Thank you very much. In order to be able to determine the effects of different artistic practices, we try to ensure a maximum of diversity in the selection of artistic positions. Within the research project, the artists will be commissioned to create a new work or adapt an existing work. The artists are paid a fee for their work similar to a stipend. The possible sale of the work is handled financially outside the project. The live performance should be developed in such a way that it can be acquired by a collection and that it can be activated by the artists or by third parties. It is up to the artists to decide in which way the live performance can be activated in the future. For example, as a historically faithful reenactment, as an interpretive re-performance, or as a new or updated version of the work. In parallel with the conception or adaptation of the work, the artists develop a performance manual for the collection. During the project, an activation of the performance will take place with the purpose to jointly review the practicability of the work in terms of the project goals. In our discussions and workshops with Swiss artists so far, it became apparent that they mostly have a positive attitude towards the inclusion of live performances in collections. In the following, I would like to summarize some of the views from the artistic perspective. None of the performance artists we work with has yet sold a live performance to a collection. We deliberately did not want to work with one of the few Swiss artists who have already had experience with the sale of live performances, but with the representatives of the vast majority who have not yet benefited from this possibility. Often Swiss artists show their work at festivals, which is quite another context than the museum. Also often they are commissioned to show their performances at the opening or at an event-like occasions. Some artists become dissatisfied and frustrated by the fact that they are only hired for special events, instead of their performances being treated like a work of art. Whereas in the early times of performance art, it was the other way around. The artists were frustrated by the commodification of artworks. They only wanted to be considered as a live act. In our conversations, the feedback was that the artists were generally very interested in developing and selling performative works for collection. They also think that an institutional framework would provide them with an interesting new context to develop their work further. In the practices of the artists, the main focus lies on the conception and realization of the performative works. A possible sale and later activations are not in the forefront at this point. The possibility of a reenactment of a performance is often only considered when an opportunity arises. So it is considered a challenge to create a new work for specific context and at the same time to think about the future transmission and activation of the performance, possibly in another context. For some, it seems easier to adapt an already existing work for collection. On the one hand, the time distance helps and the experience made during the performance make it easier to think about the conditions of future activations. Some think that if a work already exists, it is also easier to assess how it might fit into a collection. There is also interest in developing new performances that deal with the content of the collection as a commissioned work with an open result that could constantly evolve. The artists wonder what it would mean for them to give a live performance to a collection. Would this mean that they would be obliged to make themselves available for every activation for the rest of their lives? Artists develop through time a know-how about the methodical approach in their practice. Often this also includes body knowledge, which is difficult to pass on. For this reason, a lot of artists often work with the same people over and over again. In this way, they can base their practice on shared knowledge. For many, it is unclear how such knowledge transfer and cooperation with institutions could look like. This is also due to the fact that they are not used to having a long-term relationship with an institution on an equal terms basis. Documentation is for all the artists a very complex subject. They constantly evolve their practices. An artistic strategy that is often used is to create objects as part or in addition to the performance that can later be shown on their own and also be sold. In this way, the documentation of the performance can become a part of the artistic work, which can itself be exhibited again. This kind of documentation focuses on the mediation of the performance and often leaves a lot of room for subjective interpretation on the part of the audience. On the other hand, it has less of an intention to document the performance in such a way that it provides third parties enough information for activation later on. Artists are very open to the idea of the curator as a co-author. Many understand their performances as a result of a collaborative work process. In this, the museum could take on the role of a producer. The museum could take active role in developing performances, not only with a view to a one-off performance, but also to address questions of appropriate documentation and subsequent activations. However, artists see the requirements associated with selling a live performance as an artistic challenge that they would like to master in close cooperation with the museums in order to jointly develop new individual methods for conservation. They also welcome the fact that museums develop awareness for the topic and also establish convention and rules, among other things, because they see convention and norms as a challenge to artistically question and break out of them. Thank you. Now I hand over back to Rachel. Thank you.
And I will give you will present you some observation from the collection, coming rather from the collection perspective. We have grouped the aspects raised into overarching themes, ontological issues concerning the so-called nature of the work, structural or institutional issues, professional self-understanding and understanding of roles, and legal questions. One of the museum representatives was very clear in defining the task of the museum. The ideal type of collection, she said, the ideal type of collection object for the museum is traditionally the eternal work, she stated. Even if no one would postulate this today, this view, which was noticeably in all the conversations, resonates in the attempt to find the object at stake here. For example, there was repeated talk of pure performances that had not yet been purchased, a notion that I read as an attempt to stabilize this unruly genre as a genre. In more detailed narratives, on the other hand, it quickly became clear that all the museums, without exception, already include works with performative characters, for instance, in installations or sculpture, with media, interweavings, and so on. This immediately raises the follow-up question: what is the significance of the elements included in the collection, and also in what way and why do they come into the collection? Does the software determine what goes into the collection because its parameters determine what can be named and thus become visible? Obviously, it is not always easy to enforce within an institutional structure that, for example, something is bought for which there may be no materialization at all. This in turn has led to the question of whether it would be more appropriate to think of performances as something similar to a theater or a dance piece and treat them that way. Budget-wise, acquiring a performance has the consequence that the traditional financial structures of a museum, which clearly distinguish between acquisition, conservation, and mediation, are no longer effective, because often the purchase price is financially less consequential than the re-performance is. The budgets, however, are divided according to this subdivision so that the expenditure for a reactivation, such as wages for the performers, cannot be accommodated anywhere. The above-mentioned fields of work, which are usually clearly separated in Swiss Museum, also cause difficulties with regard to other aspects. For example, the acquisition process. Here it would be necessary, for example, to involve technicians or mediators at an early stage and also to start thinking about acquisitions when co-producing works for exhibitions, for example. But then also concerning documentation, there is obviously or usually a lot of ephemeral information in the process. How can you keep that? Moreover, it is not uncommon for the very idea of works to change through the reactivation. What forms of documentation are flexible and comprehensive enough here? Generally speaking, what kind of structures are needed to respond to these very individual requirements? Would, again, theater or dance be productive references here as well? Even to the extent that, as one of our partners said, one buys a work together with a theater, for example? As performances almost never are conceptualized towards selling, they always have to change when a sale is envisioned. This means that all parts of the acquisition process need to be negotiated, not only among the curator and the artist, but also technicians, conservators, legal advisors, mediators need to be included at a certain point. This often means not only that the usual division of labor no longer makes sense. Quite often it also means that individual competencies are not even in-house, for example, when it comes to certain bodily practices, such as dancing, as we just heard. However, negotiations also means that the parameters of the work are determined jointly, a circumstance that is assessed very differently by the curators. While some want to be as precise as possible, others consider it an advantage to leave it up to them to specify certain props, the people involved, or the spatial setting. And last but not least, the legal issues. What is it actually bought when a live performance is purchased? For example, what one ultimately owns in legal terms is discussed very intensively throughout the project. For example, the representatives of MAMCO in Geneva described the ambiguity of the situation in relation to their work by Franz Erhard Walter, because technically they have the right to activate it, but they don't have the authorization on the part of the wife of Franz Erhard Walter. This is another reason why a number of questions and suggestions arose in the discussion about the formats in which a live performance could be traded. For example, the question of whether it has to be a unique copy or whether there could be additions. Could the idea of exhibition copies be a useful reference? To sum it up, interfrictions seem predictable, but this rubbing together does not have to be only negative, but does include relational exchange and negotiation. This insight, though, is fundamental and needs to be included in institutional settings. Or asked the other way around, how can we avoid standardization, often going hand in hand with structures, when individualized and flexible treatment is needed? Thank you.
Thank you so much, both of you. What a fascinating contribution, and how lucky for all of us that you are in your project really looking into answers to so many of the questions that we've all been asking ourselves. I would like to take the opportunity to ask you both a question. Something that I was really interested in as you were talking about the commissions that you're planning of artists was the idea of the artist themselves designing or planning the documentation for the work, which on the one hand I think is natural. It is likely to lead to, it is of course more likely to lead to an outcome of documentation that the artist is satisfied with, something that can better represent the work in the future. But I wonder if you have thought about the possibility of how that task in a way might intervene in the artistic process, and if that is something that could potentially change a work or result in a different work from one that an artist might otherwise have made. Not to say that that is necessarily even an undesirable outcome, but I think this is something that has been a question in conservation for a few decades now. How do we support artists without necessarily changing what they're doing, or is changing and collaborating more sort of an inevitable aspect?
I think maybe I can begin and then you can add something, Rich. The thing with the artists we work together, which I thought was very interesting, that the documentation is a big part of their thinking, but they don't think of it as an instrument to be able to kind of analyze their own work. They mostly think of it also as an artistic instrument, and often for them it's really important that a lot of things can be open. So they see a potential that for the imaginary, which is of course something which makes the museum a bit afraid, because when the documentation at the end is 5 postcards which capture a very specific moment, it's something else than to do documentation which allows to kind of know what the work is about and what is the important things. I think as they take part in a research project, they just see it as a moment to kind of also think about these things, and as a chance. And of course, all this self-reflection probably also has an influence on the practices, but all of them are very open to go this road. So yeah.
I even would go a step further. Probably it's like they are interested in this challenge. It's like after feedback we had, and I had exactly the same feedback in a conversation I had with Xavier Leroy, who was discussing a possible acquisition of one of his works. They say, well, that's quite an interesting context to think about. Doing a performance which deals with the idea of being collected in a collection, in an institutional kind of a collection. So this seems to be like a specific kind of a task, or a specific, not even a task. I guess a task is too narrow. It's rather like, it's an interesting context, like a festival context could be an interesting context, which again doesn't make it easier, the whole thing. This was funny. This was especially funny also when we have been talking with our artists who up to now, they made some sketches, I would say, about their ideas, about the works they would like to develop for the collections. Because the way they treat this context is quite, I mean, it's a strong word to say subversive, but you can imagine that they usually try to work on it, meaning not accepting what has been offered by the collections or by the frame, not accepting it, but rework it, and often causing trouble, obviously. But so I guess that's quite interesting to see that artists, at least those artists we are working with, are just approaching this context from a very how could you say that? Very self-aware, but also a kind of an autonomous position, I'd say.
Yeah, very interesting. Thank you. We have a question from the audience. Could you speak to the role of props as mediators or remainders of performance as it enters museums and collections?
Siri, would you?
Yeah, we have, for example, Sarina Schneider, one of the artists we work with. For her, she thinks about documentation, and she decided to not want to have her performances documented via photographs or videos, but because she works a lot with texts and with other people, that the text always creates a kind of a prop, an addition. This could be a T-shirt that people wear, or this could be a poster that is hung up somewhere. So we see a lot of artistic practices that use kind of the need to document their work as creating something new, that maybe because they're not used to, that there is an interest from collections in live performances, so they kind of creatively work with that. They think, okay, we kind of create props, and these props can also have another status or have their individual life and maybe find their way into institutions. What's their performance so far? It's very difficult for them to be part of exhibitions or collections.
I guess so, yeah, and probably it's again important to mention that we really are focusing on the life of the possibility of live performances. So props obviously always come in relation with that. But then they do have a certain position, but not in the sense of an autonomous position, I guess.
No, thank you. And another question. I wonder, asks the person asking the question, if the institutions are open to seeing themselves as supporters of these artworks rather than owners of them.
I guess that's a very interesting question, and there is no answer, but obviously it touches the point of the self-understanding of the representatives of the institution. And I would say that those people who are included in a research project, which usually are the curators of the respective institutions, they would probably see themselves as exactly supporters of those artworks, but then still have, and I don't know if this is a specific situation for like a Swiss context, or much more the specific condition for like smaller museums, that the constraints they are acting within don't allow them to be as generous as they would be if they would only be supporters. But due to my understanding of how we have been exchanging with them up to now, their will to include live performances into their collection somehow is a sign of being supportive. But then again, we have been. It's what I wanted to say is, I guess it's a question of a mindset that should be able to be a supporter. And I wonder if these smaller institutions, or people working in these smaller institutions, if they can allow for just adopting this mindset. That's perhaps what I would say. Perhaps Siri, you would like to add something?
Yeah, I think in some way that's that was what is already often happening now, because I mean there are very different strategies and tactics, but we hear some artists that they kind of are always invited for an event or for an opening, and so this is also has something to do with the structures of the museum, because often these events and openings are organized from other departments than the collection department. So I see there that in our task, they're very interested in just moving in another context, in the context of the collection, and because they are very, I mean, of course, there are different artistic positions who think different about that, but the artists we work with, they have a lot of experience, this event-like festivals, and I see all of them an interest to think about the performances, because a context of a collection allows you to develop different performances. And I think this is also, a festival doesn't so much allow in the conception to already think of the long life of a performance. And I think that's a challenge they're all very interested in, to work with that in an artistic way.
Yes, thank you both. I think that also relates to some of the issues about potentially sharing works that Louise and Erin were mentioning in their discussion.
Absolutely.
Thank you both so much. And feel free, the two of you, to address the questions that are still open in the Q&A if you like. And now it is my pleasure to cede the floor to our colloquium curator, my colleague, Valerian Mali.
Hello. I'm happy to introduce now a live performance for Zoom. We are happy that we have Zoom. Perhaps we are also experiencing a certain Zoom fatigue in the meantime. But we want to give his goal of sober digital communication the chance to come alive. We like everything that is the aim of Zoom, but want to encourage it to do more, want to expand its possibilities, let it change its face. We throw a completely alien world against its digital purpose, determinism, by celebrating the magic ritual of resistance experimentation. Just as the world of the digital is self-contained, so is the world of ritual magic. The magic usually appears in language, gestures, signs, and light. Friede Butzmann, composer, performance artist, and krachmacheur, noisemaker, and elegant descriptions of his activities, has recently published a book, Wunderschöne Rückkopplung, Beautiful Feedbacks. This was the occasion to ask my dear friend for advice. But if the medium is the message, what do we do with Zoom now? So we will celebrate a small ritual with the formula zooms and spells and lights, and demand some freedom from the digital transmission signal. This is not quite so easy. Now there is a little stage modification at my desk. Please stay.
So we have, I'm very pleased to announce that we have our first technical difficulty of the day, but from what I understand, things will be proceeding as planned in just a moment or two.
Hi, everyone. I think we decided to go to our longer break. Our colleagues are trying to resolve the technical problems. We are in many locations, and performance involves many participants. While they are trying to resolve this technical problem, we propose to go into break, which will start now, the long break planned originally for a little bit later. And basically, we'll resume here at 4:15. We are almost actually in the break time. So anyway, we are proposing to go now into the break and resume at 4:15.
Yes, but let me emphasize, let me in that I can announce and apologize. Yes. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello, welcome back everyone to after the break. I hope you enjoyed the wonderful sonic performances that we put on for you in the background during this break. We also want to apologize on behalf also of Valerian, who experienced really technical difficulties with transmitting a very, very complex, technically very complex performance. And I think, Valerian is here and he can tell a few words himself. But so, just from me, that yes, we were trying to set it up, but it didn't work today. Perhaps it will work out tomorrow. Valerian, over to you.
Yes, so I apologize very much. It's too much Zooms and rituals in it. But anyway, I try to bring the All Stars Zooms ensemble together again, and we will see what happens tomorrow. Thank you very much for understanding.
Excellent, Valerian. And I think it's an excellent example of performance's disappearance as well, and the serendipity of things. And with this, over to Emily Magnon, who will curate or moderate the second panel today. Emily, the screen is yours.
Welcome to this second session. My name is Emily, and I will be moderating this afternoon. Before we start, I have to do a quick reminder of a few facts. This session is live streamed and recorded. And also I have to kindly ask the presenters to keep within the time limits. As my colleague Julia mentioned earlier, for the sake of time, we will not introduce the presenters too much in depth, but you can find their bios in the program on our website, as well as the abstract of the presentations. So let me welcome our first speaker of the second session, Hélia Marçal, who will talk about vitality and the conservation of performance. Thank you, Hélia. You can switch on your camera and share your screen now.
Thank you so much, Emily, and thank you for pronouncing my name almost perfectly. It's not that common, and I really appreciate. And thank you so much for having me today. It is really a pleasure to be able to contribute to this exciting project today with my presentation. So my presentation today is about, let me try to share my screen. Does everyone see it? Yes? Okay.
Yes, everything is great.
Great, fantastic. And let me just also put my timer on, because I want to really keep with time so that we have time for conversations afterwards. So first and foremost, I would like to start this presentation by situating myself as I feel that my position impacts the argument that I'm developing here today with you. And I would like to say I'm joining you from London, although not from St. Paul's Cathedral, from which this picture was taken, as you can imagine, but from home, which I share with my 5-year-old. So apologies in advance if we have a small interruption. There's only so much one can do. Now, if knowledges are situated as bodies, as proposed by Haraway in 1988, and I would ask, aren't knowledges also bodily? Mine is brought by the interactions of my research in museums and the academia. As someone who is engaged and committed to the idea of practice as research, and also a research of practice as a site of resistance. And as for my zones of contact, as Deleuze puts it, they are coming from conservation, performance studies, and new materialisms. And these fields have many zones of contact and points of tensions and conflicts, which of course bring up ambiguities and challenges that sometimes prove to be hard to untangle. I'm trying, however, to find comfort in those entanglements and also in this presentation. And because my site is also a site of memory, I would like to acknowledge that my thinking started during my PhD in Portugal and continued as I was working as a researcher and practitioner in the Andrew W. Mellon project, Reshaping the Collectible, when artworks live in the museum at Tate, and now in my new academic home in the Department of History of Art at University College London. So my presentation is titled Vitality and the Conservation of Performance, and in the next 18 minutes, I will be exploring the limits of the life in performance art and its conservation. And this theme, of course, is at the core of discourses around performance art and its documentation since at least 1993. But in today's presentation, I will explore some modes or possibilities and limitations of liveness in performance by thinking with new materialisms in general and vitalist materialism in particular. And in this very speculative exploration, I will argue that vitality, at least the one at the root of vitalist materialisms, more than being a project that operates in the materiality of the performance object per se, is a project that operates in the political and specifically within the politics of difference. And my presentation is divided into 3 sections. The first section will focus on the challenge of liveness and how it is configured in the conservation of performance art. The second section will think with this vitalist materialism to try to reconfigure liveness and its importance in conservation, but not only about what is conserved, in this case performance art, but also about conservation as practice. And if I may say so, as a political project about difference. And in the third section, I will explore the possibilities, but also the challenges for instantiating that project within this era of deep demediatization, as we could see in our context today with our Zoom meetings, and also the importance of digital media for the bodies in performance. And of course, this has particular consequences for collecting institutions and artists, but also the ecologies that co-constitute these practices of conservation. So, as mentioned before, debates around the liveness of performance art were at the forefront of the discussion on performance art and documentation in the end of the 20th century. And there are many authors that one could cite here from, of course, Peggy Felled's provocation that suggested that performance art becomes itself through its disappearance in 93, or even Auslander's perspective on the mediatization of performance art, also in the 90s. Or I could refer to Amelia Jones, or the idea of archive the repertoire from Diana Taylor, the will to reenact prompted by Darrell Pecky, or even Rebecca Schneider, who is joining us tomorrow, and I think also today, about reenactment as an act of survival, or the idea of taking another turn. But here, and here, of course, I am summarizing a very extensive lineage of an history of thought. But I thought nonetheless that this introduction was necessary to situate these ideas about liveness, and so how they are seen in conservation. And the discussion on documentation and live performance, of course, also took place in conservation, not necessarily when the first performance artworks were acquired in the early 2000s, but soon thereafter, when museums started to problematize the care of performance artworks or those that were collected as live performance in their collections. And in this illustration, you can see a very rough timeline where we see the trends in the creation of performance art and a brief chronology of the interaction of performance art and museums. One aspect that it's important for us to have in mind in this discussion is that until very recently, artworks collected by museum collections were delegated in nature. And by delegated, I'm borrowing Claire Bishop's expression to mean that they were created to be interpreted by others than the artist. That, of course, does not mean that they were easy to conserve or to interpret. It would be quite a stretch to say that about the choreographic works of Simone Forti, or the works of Tino Sehgal, which by the artist's own specification cannot be directly documented and rely on oral history traditions, which I feature here, curiously enough, with a picture on these slides, which also speaks a lot about this restriction to document Tino Sehgal's works, doesn't it? This implies, however, that they are not dependent on a specific person to be or to become live. And some of those artworks can also be exhibited as documentation, with documentation acting as a proxy of the live performance, which is collected as a multimodal work of sorts. The display of those artworks is not only interdependent on the museum, but also independent from specific people and from the proposition of being live as a live performance. Although the premise of liveness brought challenges to conservation, and also because some of those delegated performances still rely on the artist to be activated, and others even change profusely in each activation, as we've seen with Pip Laurenson's talk today. David Lamelas, it's a great example. I will argue, however, that liveness as a concept or as an overarching goal for the conservation of performance art needs to be reconfigured. There are two main reasons that underpin my argument that liveness in itself is no longer enough to conserve performance artworks in the museum collections and generally in the public sphere, using here, of course, a term coined by Habermas in 1964 and since reframed by feminist theorists like Nancy Fraser. The first reason, I believe, has to do with the conservation object, or in this case, the thing that ought to be conserved, performance art. The nature of what is in need of being preserved, particularly if we leave the realm of the museum, is being expanded as we speak. If we look at the act of conservation as a decision on significance, the potential for the expansion of the conservation object is limitless. Moreover, with the intertwining of the social and the cultural being expressed by artists and collectives and becoming even more visible and explicit, we are, I believe, at a turning point in conservation where we will have to think about the needs of participatory and activist art as performance art, exemplified here on this slide by Tania Bruguera's Distiero, which is an artwork that I've become really interested in exploring. But we also need to consider digital and social media performance art, or even emerging modules of interaction that are yet to be understood, witnessed, or even recognized. The second reason, I believe, has to do with the aims of conservation. I've spoken about this some times already, but I believe this is the first time that I'm discussing this explicitly in relation to performance art. In light of issues such as climate change, but also as Pip has mentioned, the rising recognition of social inequalities, which are pervasive and systemic, and the institutional reckoning with their colonial past and present, which I believe it's long overdue and not doing enough, to be honest. And also the continued burgeoning of neoliberalism in arts and humanities, as we could see, for example, in the attack to the field right now in the UK, but also all over the world with very few exceptions. I think conservation as practice and a field is getting to a point where the apparent political neutrality, which in fact many conservators already recognize as being both impossible and in existence, needs to be seriously rethought. Going back to the issue of liveness in performance, I argue that the goal of conservation needs to go beyond understanding what is needed for the artworks to remain live, or to find alternative ways for them to be shown in museums, galleries, and other public spaces, and to reconfigure its actions to promote and realize their potential as vital matter. And for that, conservation needs to expand beyond the walls of the museum, both as an exhibition space and as a center of calculation, to use the words by Bruno Latour, or even as an epistemic culture, focusing in the vitality of performance artworks instead of their liveness. Vitality, it's of course a fundamental concept in feminist new materialisms. We can look back to Gilles Deleuze when he thinks through Henri Bergson's in Bergsonianism, but also of course Elizabeth Grosz, Jane Bennett, and Rosie Berdotti. And here I also want to recognize the legacy of both Spinoza and indigenous knowledge that was very fundamental in building these theories, and I think it's not recognized enough. Vitality or vitalism is a notion that recognizes the growing complexity of life structures, as well as states of difference and differing within the realm of the potential. In other words, vitalism recognizes not only what is related to beings in their visible and invisible complexity, but also recognizes what they could become or what they could have been. In this sense, humans and non-humans coexist through their beings, becomings, and alternative potential realities. And of course, this brings to my mind also this amazing book by Ariella Aisha Azulay, where she talks about this potential history. So vitalism, it's also recognizing these potential histories of these objects, right? And this proposal, I think, brings various questions for artworks and museums and conservators and audiences and so on. For starters, one could ask whether it is reasonable to alter an artwork's biography as a way of reflecting on its potential material history instead of the actual material history that we encounter. But today I would like to reflect specifically in one of the characteristics of this vital materialism, and that is the interconnectedness of such complexity within the idea of difference. For Jane Bennett, for example, this idea of vitalism comes with the idea that agency is inherently distributed and it's visible way beyond the human to the agency of non-humans, such as artworks, if I may add. Jane Bennett calls the think power as a recognition, and I quote, towards this strange ability of ordinary man-made items to exceed their status of objects and to manifest traces of independence, of aliveness, constituting the outside of our own experience, end quote. And here, of course, I'm not Lawson and Ana Ribeiro and Duncan Harvey, we've discussed elsewhere how collecting practices, specifically at Tate, and by association particular artworks, have agency in changing practice and in the development of theoretical models. But I think the notion of think power is particularly relevant here, not only because it flags this agency of artworks, but also because it allows us to highlight the power of practice and the power of procedures and policy in museums and other collecting institutions in manifesting these traces outside of their own experience, yeah? So looking at the other side, that of those procedures and practices, I ask how, in making that complexity and entanglement visible, one can start questioning the ways in which they were actually constituted. So, in other words, how does conservation practice, one that looks at liveness in the context of display, and if I may add, within the economy of experience, participate in expanding or restricting the power of artworks? And how does such involvement respond to the aims of conservation, if we think about that in the sphere of this vitalism? So I'm getting to the end of my presentation, and I would like to introduce another concept that has been brought to me by Nick Caldry and Andreas Epp in the book The Mediated Construction of Reality, where they discuss that when societies are embedded in this mediated realm and digital media, as we are right now, we see those changes that regard the sense of self, but also how we operate socially and by association politically. And this is important for my discussion here specifically, because I believe that the current circumstances that we are right now could be a way indeed to expand the idea of conservation outside of this idea of liveness and towards this notion of vitality or vitalism. The authors of this book have sometimes offer a very negative outlook of the consequences of what they call this deep mediatization, namely the reflexivity that could be very good in creating a self-conscious. However, it can also be quite bad because it lacks a diffraction that allows for the recognition of difference. However, I understand that the authors understand this deep mediatization within economic neoliberal politics or even late capitalism, but I think it could be useful for us to try to look at it through a more optimistic or perhaps naive view. I think indeed this deep mediatization, although it increased forms of exploitation and marketization, it has also led to the development of new forms of interaction and creation of new communities of practice that grow as rhizomes in digital and analog worlds. And these collective efforts that materialize and are materialized in forms of resource and labor distribution, they itself produce a vital mattering of ideas and objects and events. And we can see that throughout many communities of practice that reside online or reside online, but then are transferred to the analog world, right? But what does this have to do with performance and conservation, you could ask? So I propose that if we focus on the vitality of performance art, we can understand these artworks not only for what they are and what they are becoming, but also for what they could have been. And in that case, we need to diversify the epistemic practices that define these objects and how they operate within collections, museums, and other public spaces, yielding authority in and for their care. I'm arguing here for a distributed ethics of conservation as one that serves a collective imagination and promotes the operation of performance through its difference. And in this sense, or in the realization of conservation as a collective practice, the museum could work as a node of an ever-expanding network. And this ultimately could lead to a revision of current ownership models, for example. It could even make us revise what collecting, even as an operative concept, means. And not only about the artworks, but also about the knowledge needed to foster this vitality, and one produced by their own vibrant matter. And in constructing care as a collective responsibility and vitality as an ethical imperative, it would be possible to start to reconfigure the institution as a co-owned, diffractive and rhizomatic space that I think it could be. And thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much, Hélia, for this inspiring talk. And I must say, especially for someone who's just starting with her PhD, it was really great to see you. Sorry, is there an issue? It was really great.
I cannot listen very well. Is it just me?
I don't know. Do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Your
And
colleagues?
my computer told me I am the one who is unstable. So
oh,
sorry
okay,
about that.
sorry about that. So anyway, thanks for bringing forward this notion of vitality and also for acknowledging the agency of conservation on the works that we conserve, but also the agency of artworks and thinking of what liveness has brought and has done to conservation, which I think has extremely changed in the last decades. We have 5 minutes for questions, so let me see if our audience have questions.
I raised my hand as well, Emily, just in case.
Oh, Hannah, sorry, you have to turn on your screen because I don't see all the hands that are coming up.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I don't want to go first, but there is something very important going on by anonymous attendee comment, which is in our Q&A. Emily, would you like to turn to us? I can just comment on it very quickly. It's someone who says that this panel is the second time I have seen a work by Cuban artist Tania Bruguera. And maybe my comment is a little bit off the subject of the meeting, but as a Cuban artist, I feel it is my responsibility to mention the terrible conditions in which Tania Bruguera is living at the moment. In recent months, she has been kidnapped on several occasions and by the Cuban political police. So let's just acknowledge this. And it would be lovely, yes, the attendee actually acknowledges the presence of Tania work in this panel. So thank you very much for doing this. But I want to also thank Hélia so much for her wonderful contribution, always inspiring and thought-provoking, and I can't say enough. Hélia, I'm very interested, about this notion of how conservation practice participate in expanding and restricting the power of artworks. And you posed it as a question, very wonderful, open-ended. And I wonder whether you could comment a little bit on this. And then I also wonder about this expanded ethic of conservation. How does it, which you posed at the end of your talk, how does it always exist already, I think, in relation also to other fields, whether you might say something about this as well. Thank you so much.
Of course. And I would like to say that it's not off topic, and it is important indeed, because to recognize that Tania Bruguera is in a situation that is violating her rights, indeed, as a citizen and as an individual. And I don't think that is off topic. And that's also, I would like to take that opportunity to say that conservation ethics also needs to make sure that it's addressing the rights and the ethics for the world and not just for the artwork. So that I think it's very much on topic. Sorry about this segue. But so about how conservation practice can help restricting or even expanding this power of artworks, or the think power, as Jane Bennett puts it, right? So conservation practice works, as Brandy puts it, and I like to go back to the classics sometimes. Conservation, it's a methodological moment. And it's not, I would say, just a moment of recognizing the artwork as being an artwork, as Brandy puts it, but it's also a moment in which the materiality of the work gets somewhat defined. And because it gets defined, to cite a very, very important reference, which is the Spider-Man movie, with great power comes great responsibility. And indeed, that is also the case in this when we are looking at an artwork, especially an artwork which materiality, it's a bit more elusive. And when it is more elusive, that makes our words matter even more, or the ways that we describe this artwork. So conservation has this responsibility to know that the ways in which we conserve an artwork, the ways that we describe it, the ways that we characterize it will impact the artwork very much in terms both of its materiality, but also not only in terms of its future, but also its material history. And going back to what you mentioned, Hannah, which had to do with an expanded ethics of conservation, of course, it has also to do with what artworks are we preserving. Need to, of course, take care of their collection, but I wonder if it would make sense to look at the practices that live outside. It says again that my internet connection is unstable, but I hope you can hear me.
We hear you, yes.
Good, good. Beyond the museum, there are many artworks that are not collected. And I don't know if they should ever be collected if we consider consider collecting practices as a way of bringing things in. But then we need to think about what that means. What are the traces that are kept out and how we can foster those. So there is an ethics that I believe for conservation, that it's an ethics about thinking about the collective good and the collective life of these artworks and not just what happens in the museum. And I think the example that Pip provided about Tony Conrad was such a wonderful experience. It was such an amazing experience, but also because these the process that we've undertook is giving back to the community from which we rely on to develop these methodologies and this knowledge. And this process that it's not just one way and it needs to be shared, that I think the ethics of conservation could be expanded. And I would say even beyond a panel of experts from different fields, it's not just about interdisciplinarity. It is about recognizing difference and recognizing the distinctiveness that every single person brings to an history of an artwork and its conservation. I don't know if I answered your question.
Thank you. No, absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Hélia. And I couldn't agree more with understanding the ethics of conservation as a collective effort that goes far beyond the wall of museums. If I don't see anyone raising their hands, I think that after this great discussion, I will have, for the sake of time, to move on to our next speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hélia. I will now give the word to Farris Wahbeh, who will discuss archival strategies for performance-based artworks at the Whitney Museum of American Art. Are you ready to go, Farris? You can share your screen. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for having me today. It's been such an invigorating conversation we've been having. And yes, I wanted to talk about performance art, especially in relationship to archival theory. I'm an archival practitioner, I have been, so I've always thought about archival theory and practice as a way to engage with the conversations about works of art, but also performance as well, which I think would be very helpful. And to give a context, at the Whitney, we've had a longstanding relationship with performance, whether it's Edgar Varese performing in the 1920s at our precursor, the Studio Museum, the Whitney Studio Club, to, throughout the 60s and 70s, we've had lots of performances in our site, Trisha Brown at the Boyer Building, as well as Julia Hayward, and into the 2000s, where we've had a lot of programming in our ancillary spaces. As well as currently we have a lot of performances. We had a curator of performance begin in 2012 at the Whitney, and currently my colleague Adrienne Edwards is the curator of performance. And of course our show up right now, Dave McKenzie, that's happening this month with performances that are happening daily. And you can imagine there's been quite a big shift in performance really being represented within our spaces. Within the past several years, it has grown exponentially. And in my role, I oversee archival descriptive practices for the works of art in the collection, but also programming. And, for me, when you think about archival theory, you really think about this notion of the life cycle of records. And this is a archival theory that, was brought out in the 1960s by Theodore Schellenberg. And it really is a model that a lot of people use to think about archival records in terms of, their lifespan, if you will, from the time they're created to the point of their final disposition in the archives. And this linear sort of quality to the archival practice is really practiced these days, where a creator creates a record, it's used for a period of time, and the creators retain them within their area. Semi-active use after the records have, not used as much, but still retained. And finally, when archival records are deposited into an archival repository. And so really thinking about that, there's another sort of archival concept called the records continuum, which was actually developed in Australia. And it really sort of shifts the discussion of a linear quality of record keeping to something that's much more complex and really brings together a sense of space and time to records. It's sort of a universe of information practices that really expands the notion of what archival record keeping can be. And you can see from this very complex sort of visualization of it is that what really it sort of shifts the discussion from this linear progression to something that's much more modeled around a continuum of practices within archival records, which I think is really important for us to think about in terms of our performance art and how performance can extend through time. So you can see in the middle nucleus here, you have the archival practice where a record is created or a performance is effectuated, and how that ripples through time through different dimensions. And so this image really shows you the dimensionality of record keeping, and that it's not linear per se, but it ripples through time, and it can be multidimensional in the sense that as something is created, it reverberates, and then it can also come back down. And the different axes of these really represent different aspects of record keeping. So for example, record keeping containers, such as a record, an archive, and as it becomes ever evolving through time, it can become pluralized in different ways. And what this really is saying is that there is a sense of fluidity when something is created, as it expands throughout the circles, it becomes traced within the archive, and it becomes disembedded from what it's from its creator into systems of contextualization. And so I can't, trying to unpack this image would take much longer than the time I'm allotted rather. So think of it as a way to really think of a space-time continuum for archival records in a much more complex way, because it reverberates throughout space and time, like I mentioned. So when you think about those archival theories, I really want to draw on the records continuum as a way to think about archival strategy. And for me, and thinking about how to describe performance art, really unpacking a lot of the work there is really understanding the work itself from its performed instance. Performance art is really, hello? Oh. Performance art is really, the work is, a specific sort of model of an artist's sort of charisma, as Pip really says. How do you unpack that? What are the environmental conditions and actions? Who's involved in this and understanding the work of art? The performed instance really is unique in its manifestation because it's carried out through time. There can be different sort of potentialities there that really differentiates it from the initial sort of conception of the work. And how do you conceptualize that in a way that really brings to the fore understandings of capturing and documenting these really unique works of art and their manifestations. As well, time is something that's very variable. You have the conception of the work as an area that's really grounded in the practice of the artist, but once it evolves through time and it's reenacted and restaged and performed, there can be variables there. So when you think about this like sort of practice, the visualization really brings to the fore how complex these sort of elements of description can be. And I wanted to sort of now go to the documentation strategies where you can see that in the blue in terms of how that can be architected in a way that really can think about documentation, that helps think about the genealogy of the work as it's expressed through time. So, you know, the performance art is the actual work itself, and it describes it. It's not the performed instance, which I'll get into in a minute, but it really is meant to really describe the genesis of the work, the conception of the work. You know, the childbearing and the child rearing that Pip brings up is really an interesting model, because you want to see the evolution of it and how it's really understood from the conception through its performed instances. So when you think about what, you know, term the authority work record, is really think about what are the sort of integral DNA to the work. And when you think about an information system like a database, how do you map that data into a space that's really understood to be carrying information? And you start thinking about different elements in terms of constituents. Who was the creator of the work? Who were the original performers? You know, who were the collaborators? Assigning different roles to those different discrete sort of interactions between individuals and groups. The dating of the work, you know, a work that was created in the 1960s can be performed in 2013. So you can then really inflect a lot of historical genealogy through discrete data points. You know, conception, again, is a really interesting term, because it really is, that's the birth of the work at a certain moment in time. But then how does that, again, get described later with these different terms that we can really bring to the fore here. Another thing that comes up is a lot of what people are talking about, the elements that are really important to the work. You know, there's certain things that are really integral, sculptural components that are really must be carried through time, versus non-integral components that can be refabricated in the future. And really understanding the DNA of the work can really help you bring to the fore different cataloging practices that'll help you trace and really document the tracing of the work through time. So you can see, you know, there's elements that can be really must be used throughout the course of the time and that are part of the work, and others that are not. So really understanding what those elements are. And when we start thinking about, you know, when you extend the time and you start performing the instances, capturing that really becomes important as well, because you want to trace that. You want to see how things have evolved through the notion of capturing elements of information that can help trace the history of the work and linking back to the original work itself and understanding the nuances and the differences. And so, you know, when a performance work is performed, you know, it has a specific sort of context. So really understanding when to capture the work performed in a specific instant, whether it's with an exhibition or within a moment of a festival, but actually the individual instances during that time. You know, performance art can be part of a festival. It can be performed multiple times during that period, or it can be performed once. So having that flexibility to really think about that and to really bring to the core elements that really help you understand how to trace this history so that they can be linked to the evolution of the work itself. So in this case, thinking about if there's a festival, many different performances can be performed within that aggregate record, as well as the individual instances that happen within it. So you can see here just elements of a complex relationship that performance artworks have within a moment of time, and really think about how that should be recorded, because you want variability and you want to be really careful and understanding that, you know, these things are can be very not only complex, but really have a sort of contextualization that needs to be captured. You know, in a lot of instances, the events that take place can happen across many different people, different performers, aside from the artist can be involved in the practices, and to really think about the different dates that happen. You know, they can happen at different times and different places. So capturing not only different elements that really unpack that, but also who is involved. In the case, you know, artists, as we have heard today, may not always be the performers themselves, even though they're the creators, and how are those relationships situated in an information architecture that can really open up the dialogue in terms of how we retrospectively think about the work, but also want to document it in a way that really traces it for future practices of the work itself. And always this sort of circularity and this sort of multiverse of information that can be contained, you want to connect it back together in ways that really performs a continuum. You know, I think it's really interesting to think about archival theory in this way, because it's an interesting sort of model to capture an evolution of a work that persists through time, and really being cognizant of how time can really affect change in many ways and how you capture that. And that's why I think a continuum of instances is a really interesting thing to bring to the core of it, because when you think about this sort of circuitous notion of performance art, and you start thinking about how all of these sort of different elements play with each other, how do you sort of capture that in an information architecture that keeps it open to further inquiry and to further understanding the original work, but how the original work is situated through the performed instances through time? And so I think, you know, the model originally with the archival theory of lifespans, you know, may not be as well situated for something as complex as performance art. And that's why thinking about the notion of archival records continuum can help us sort of elongate and really make it much larger in terms of the ambit of space and time, in a way that really makes us think about how this rippling of a work of art can really extend to, you know, practices of description and information architecture and archival theory. You know, I think one of the developers of the records continuum from Australia, Sue McKimmish, says, you know, and I quote her, while a record's content and structure can be seen as fixed, in terms of the contextualization, a record is always in the process of becoming. And I think the records continuum can help us think about that in a performance-based practice of description and cataloging. And so in my mind, you know, I wanted to think about, well, how does that look like in a way that really brings these sort of concepts together, you know, in terms of performance art, the work, and the performed instances. And I think modeling this for me is just a beginning, and I'm really still, you know, thinking about it in my mind and how we can definitely deploy it in ways that keeps it open and hospitable to the genealogy of a work. And so I brought this sort of visualization together to really keep the thoughts in my head in terms of how these archival theories can really help us think about performance art in a way that really extends our knowledge and our practices to really think about the care of the works that we are all so passionate about. So I'm gonna stop sharing, and I think I'll take questions.
Thank you so much, Farris. Thank you for helping us visualize the archival thinking, and for putting our attention to how hard it is to try to fit such complex artworks in these kind of hierarchical structures that exist in most museums. I think Julia wanted to ask you a question. Julia, you want to go ahead?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Farris. And thank you for bringing in archival theory into this conservation space, which I especially appreciate as a currently non-practicing former archivist myself. And I love also all the diagrams and all the ways of visualizing information that you brought to the discussion. What I'm not seeing in a lot of your images and in what you presented is the other part, which is not the information gathering or the information organizing, but accessing that information. So I'd like to ask, first of all, how the simple question, who is the imagined user for these records that you're talking about? And also maybe a more open question, how you see questions of access and not just access, but that question of finding information, right? Sometimes we're gathering so many records, we don't even know how to begin looking for something anymore. How you see that in relation to questions of performance and these kind of iterative artworks that you were talking about?
That's a really great question. And I think access, has so many different levels, because it's, access by whom, and which constituencies have access to the information. In many different ways. It could be an archival researcher who wants to find archival records. It could be the artists themselves who are thinking about, accessing their own archives. I think for us, and especially with performance art, it's, again, thinking about the records continuum, there's a pluralization of access. So, and there can be a network of access in the sense that, performance art is varied and happens throughout time and in different locations. And a lot of different repositories could have this information. And I think thinking about a model of how we provide access to this material and how to really foreground, that practice of diffused practice of work, is really interesting. And I think because a lot of times these records can be placed in so many different locations around the world, I think it's a really great question about how we think about the models of archival practice and theory and how access is given. And, there's this other archival theory that I get into called the post-custodial model, in the sense that a lot of different places have records. And so the post-custodial model posits that, it's not necessarily a repository who owns it, but that there's a shared access of coming together and creating a network of access to materials, which is really interesting when you think about performance art, because that's the gathering of and the pluralizing of information, and that networked model of, that model of rhizomes that came up earlier. And I think access is a big, big one, because it's also, making them accessible and making them available is through describing them and putting them online availability, whether through finding aids or through digital surrogates. But yes, I think part of it, through the work of cataloging and describing, and that would make it accessible, and that would make it possible for people to see. And I think who uses it and how it's used is so interesting, because it could be in many different levels, I don't know if that answered your question, but.
Really interesting, thank you.
Thank you so much. And I see that Pip Laurenson has a question.
Oh.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Farris. I really enjoyed that. I'm a big fan of continuum theory as well. Yeah. And so it's great. It was great to hear you bring that to our conversation. So one of the things, just in our mission to keep Tania Bruguera ever present, she has a really interesting stipulation with Tatlin's Whispers, which was to charge the museum to gather an archive each time the work is performed, and that archive continues to be generated during the life of the work. And it also kind of records context in which the work was performed, as well as footage of that performance. And this is very much the topic of research of Sarah Haylett, who is working on this at Tate. And I think what's been so interesting about this is that we've had a lot of discussions as to where that material should sit. And it's actually staying with the artwork as a component. But I think it's interesting because it pointed to two things. One, our ability, despite the development of things like iteration reports, our systems are so not set up for being able to kind of continue to gather these different moments of a work. And so it is bringing about and pointing to a real gap in our practice, I think, and a gap in our systems, probably even more importantly. And so I just wanted to kind of bring that to you and see where you think, whether you have the same struggles with your systems at the Whitney, and how we think we might get beyond those kind of fairly arbitrary distinctions between our collections often.
Yeah, that's a really great question. You know, we're so wedded to platforms and databases and categorizations of, you know, this is one area of the collection and how do you bridge it to the other? And I think your point of like, where do these things sit and live is a really good question. And how do we democratize that within, because the thing with performance art is that it is messy in the best possible sense. And, you know, these categories and these containers that we have don't really fit the work itself, you know, and we butt our heads museologically about this, you know, and I think really unfolding that is really, I think, what our task is, and to really rethink these categories between archive, documentation, artwork. It's not the art, especially with performance art, the artwork is much more than the thing itself. It's what surrounds it. And what is our collection management strategies to really address that? And how do we sort of break down those sort of categorical barriers that we have? And I think one of the things I've learned is that archives and documentation and record keeping are a part of the artwork itself. And I think there is a way to really think about it in a more holistic way in our systems. And we're sort of developing that internally through really integrating systems, really not siloing certain things in certain areas, but really bringing it together collaboratively for the work of art. And that's probably a whole nother topic in and of itself, which I probably can't get into in 2 minutes. But I think it's a really good question. And I think it's what a lot of us, and I don't think it's just museums too. It's like, I think, you know, if you think about artist studios and how do you categorize these things? This is a part of my practice, but where do I put it? And where do I place it? And how do I conceptualize it? And I think there has to be a broadening out of categories. Obviously, we need categories and they help. They really help us contextualize things. But where are those maps and where are those bridges that really bring it together? And I think, you know, I'm so glad you like the continuum model, because it's really blown my mind for the past, you know, 25 years in terms of thinking about these things. Because when you look at the model, it's not contained. It's plural and it's outward looking and it's inward looking. And when you go throughout the dimensions of it, you know, something that could be an artwork can go back to the archival container itself. So there is this democratization of practices within the continuum that I think is really helpful. But we have to meet that somehow in a practical way. And I think that's where, you know, the work that we do would be very helpful to continue that conversation.
Thank you so much, Farris and Pip. That's a really important point. I just want to give a chance to the audience to ask a question. Somebody is asking, do you have a special field in your database for meta-level information?
Meta-level information. I'll try to answer. By meta-level information, I wonder what that,
maybe the person who asked the question could specify.
Yes, I can try to answer that really quickly. You know, mapping these things out, you know, when you're mapping data points and data sets, it's really interesting, because I think when you have a platform that you can use, you want to map it to where it fits organically in terms of what that level of information you're trying to provide. So when you think about the meta level, that's where we kind of situate the like conception of the work on the grandest scale, like who is the artist, what are the environmental conditions, what is the sort of nucleus and DNA of the work. And on that level, we place it in sort of what I've termed like sort of the work record, so that you can understand the basic sort of helix of it. So we try to place data in ways that really make sense for the work of art. You know, performed instances have different varying sets of information you want, because if something was created in a New York loft in 1974 and it's performed in Germany in 1987, there's a different sort of level of descriptive practices that you want to place. And so we map it out so that that's sort of understood. That's how I can answer that, I think.
Yeah, there's a conception of the artist and there's a conception of the art historian.
Yeah.
And these two conceptions have their place in the database.
Yes, and it's in their proper context, you know, because the way something's performed 20 years after it's conceived can have a different, you know, understanding and contextualization that really needs to be placed within the data. So that's absolutely right.
It's just very tricky.
Yes. And, you know, every place is going to have a different way of approaching this. You know, my talk today was really platform agnostic. I know I showed certain like screenshots, but, you know, within that sort of information architecture, you know, you have to be true to who's holding that information and how does it best fit within the platforms that they have.
Thank you a lot.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, and I think there's one more question about oral information as part of the archival structure. Yes, I think, you know.
Right, I didn't see it.
Yes, I think a lot of oral histories, but also artist interviews are really a part of that. Correspondence, we didn't even touch on email and a lot of like the time-based materials that are associated with performance art, definitely. And, you know, again, it depends on which level. You know, in the performed instances, you know, if you get conversations from performers for that particular performance, that's situated within the information architecture differently than what it would be if the artist was getting that information. You would want to put it in the main record for the work itself.
Thanks. So Hannah, if you want to make a quick last question,
yes,
go ahead.
Noticing, yes, that is actually past the time. Farris, thank you so much. That was really fascinating. Perhaps we can really take this question into the discussion in the evening. But what really interested me in your conception and this, you know, this theory of the continuum was how you actually separated the work from its instantiations. You know, I think it's an ontological question, or perhaps an epistemic one, or about the ways how we know about works or how we prefer to know. Perhaps we can just take it into this evening conversation, if you don't mind. But I would love just to know more about this. How does your concept of the work actually presses on these ideas of identity, perhaps, and continuity of an artwork, perhaps as a whole, or as a part, as an instance, or as some kind of, perhaps, assemblage of materials, people, and things. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Hannah. Thank you. So yes, Farris, you have some time to sit on that question before our discussion tonight. And I will now welcome a team of 4 speakers from MoMA. I am welcoming Lizzie Gorfaine, Anna Janevski, Marta Joseph, and Kate Louise, who will share with us case studies from collecting and caring for performance at MoMA. The floor is yours. Maybe you share your screen.
Okay, Anna, do you want to kick it off?
Yes, I can start. Hello, everyone, and it's really a huge pleasure to be here with you today. It's our morning here in New York, And as you see, 4 of us are presenting today, and I think it might sound a lot, but during our presentation, you will also see why I think that the reason it's also that working with performance at MoMA, in particular in the last 2 decades since the Department of Media and Performance has been founded, we really realized how the cross-departmental approach is really important in acquiring, curating, presenting, and stewarding performance art. So maybe we can go to the next slide. Thank you so much. And as we're gonna talk from an institutional perspective, we are gonna talk about 2 cases. We thought to give you just a short historical background of the relationship with performance and the institution in the Museum of Modern Art. This relationship is very discontinuous. It started in 1939, 10 years after the funding of the museum, when MoMA's patrons, Lincoln Kirsten, who then is gonna found the New York City Ballet, gave to the museum his archive mainly dedicated to dance. So in the 40s, together with all the other departments of painting and sculpture and drawing and photography, there was also a department of dance and theater design. The department mainly presented exhibitions of photography, for example, Isadora Duncan, but those exhibitions were attended by La Argentina or Martha Graham or many other artists. And in 1948, the department was closed. And then since then, Lizzie, next slide, thank you. Particularly in the 60s and 70s, performance in the institution at MoMA was mainly through guerrilla action, just to give an example of the grand orgy of Yayoi Kusama action in the garden. Or next slide, there were live events organized in the garden again, but as part of the summer garden. So it was something that was not really curated, let's say, but like Simone Forti Huddle, we can see here, we're going to talk more later, but also Steve Paxton, Joe Cage, was really kind of a summer live events. Next slide. So in 2009, the Department of Media and Performance was founded. And since then, the museum has acquired more than 30 performances and has organized a very robust and dynamic performance program, at least before the pandemic. And the moment we also have a new performance space dedicated to medium performance called the studio, the Kravis Studio. And definitely, you know, very shortly what we realized, this group of colleagues working together, it's how performance really pushes the boundaries of the institutions, how alternate the space and time coordination of the exhibition apparatus, how it challenges the relationship with the audience, the relationship with the collection, the economy of the institution. It reveals the different relationship and infrastructures. And again, it reveals also, as I said at the beginning, the necessity of work cross-departmentally. And before we present ourselves and before we also go into our case studies, we decided to show you this slide to do this further step, because this is a work by James Lee Byers, the mile-long paper walk, that is MoMA collection. It's a work from '65 that James Lee Byers donated to the museum with an instruction that it's a performative sculpture that can be performed in many different ways. It was performed only once in mid-60s by Lucinda Childs, directed by James Lee Byers himself. And since then, the sculpture, which is folded usually, was living in the museum collection. And when our colleagues from MoMA PS1 decided to organize a retrospective by James Lee Byers, we thought it was a good moment also to perform some of his sculptures. And it was interesting what we faced when we decided to do that, because we realized that we need an exhibition copy. James Lee Byers was not around anymore. The work was performed just once. We talked with the gallery, but they didn't have clear instructions. We talked with Lucinda Childs, who then worked with her dancer from the Lucinda Childs company and interpreted the score. But then I think something important really, we came to an important conclusion, because while there are some works in the collection, and generally some performance artworks that can fit easily in the institution. And here I can think of some works of Roman Ondak, of Lauren Calzadilla, and even Tino Segal, all those works that are at MoMA collection, when artists are already thinking about institutional life and conservation of the work. There are work that are somehow intellectual gifts. And this is also the title of our presentation today. This was our dear colleague Hattie Colbridge once said that there are some works, performance works, that come to the collection as intellectual gifts with a set of basically almost philosophical questions, and it's up to us to solve them. And that's the reason why today we are talking about two case studies, the Tania Bruguera and Simone Forti, two examples when the work came to the collections. We have to work really hard to think how to present them, how to steward, and how to conserve them. And I think at this moment, we will introduce ourselves more thoroughly. So, and I'm sorry if I missed the dramaturgy of the presentation, but we can do it now. My name is Anna Janevski, as you can see, and I'm a curator the Media and Performance Department. I've been at MoMA for 10 years, mainly working on conceiving the performance program before the performance space, the studio, and now conceiving together with my colleagues Stuart Comer and Martha Joseph, the program of the new space. Of course, working on many acquisitions very closely with Kate Louise, and also in organizing all those performances with Lizzie Gorfaine, who is our producer.
Thank you, Anna. I'll just introduce myself quickly. My name is Martha Joseph, and I'm an assistant curator in the Department of Media and Performance. Lizzie and Kate, would you like to say hello quickly before we jump into our first case study?
Yep. Hi, I'm Kate Lewis. I'm the conservator on this team. Lizzie?
Thanks. Hi, I'm Lizzie. I'm the assistant director and producer for performance and live programs at MoMA. And I know this role is a bit particular to MoMA, so just a little bit about it. It's situated in the exhibition planning and administration department. I oversee all aspects of production for performance and live works within our exhibition program. So that includes contracts and licenses, casting and performer employment, on the ground production, and the creation of archival and forward-facing documentation, as Anna said, in collaboration with so many departments across the museum. And I think the creation of my permanent full-time role and the support of other staff to create kind of the unique needs of performance underscores MoMA's commitment to performance within our program and our collection. So I'll turn it back over to Martha.
Great, thank you. So I'll be speaking today about Tania Bruguera's untitled Havana 2000, and I'm glad Tania has been on so many of our minds today. Hopefully we can have an interesting discussion later. And I want to thank also the attendee who previously brought up the difficult conditions in Cuba for Tania and other artists at the moment. That's important to keep in mind while we're in this space together, so thank you. MoMA acquired this work in 2015 and had the benefit of organizing a display in 2018. Here you see an install shot from that exhibition. This presentation allowed us to work with Tania to flesh out the acquisition and display parameters of the work simultaneously. And at acquisition, we received images of the original installation, a set of display guidelines, a video file, and the TV monitor from the original presentation. The acquisition involved a range of conversations with Tania and colleagues from departments across the museum, including curatorial, conservation, performance production, and also exhibition design, imaging, visitor engagement, and security. From this collective work, we would begin to develop quantifiable instructions for future iterations, undertaking comprehensive documentation to capture the unfixed and more subjective aspects so critical to the work. So many of you are familiar with Tania's practice. She's a Cuban artist and activist who makes installations and performances around questions of power and authority. Her work often constructs situations using the term arte de conducta or behavior art to describe this practice of creating a social gesture. Next slide, please. Untitled Havana 2000 was first created for the 7th Havana Biennale in 2000. It was a very particular moment for the international art world in Cuba, and Tanya has described this as a work about Cuba for foreigners. This slide shows one of the very few images we have of that installation. When first created, this work was presented in the Cabana Fortress, a military bunker used as a jail for prisoners of conscience during the Cuban Revolution. Combining milled sugarcane, video footage of Fidel Castro, and live performance, this work was presented in near total darkness, which you don't see here, and was meant to evoke the contradictions of life in the wake of the Cuban Revolution. The work was only on view for a few hours in Havana before being shut down by the authorities. In her recent book with Claire Bishop, Tanya reflects on different approaches she takes to redoing her work. She says that she often either advocates for a fairly accurate historical reconstruction of a piece with full context about the original presentation, or she'll update the work to adapt to new political and social circumstances. At MoMA, Tanya opted for the former. So we undertook the process of recreating the feeling of being in that original installation. The work had also been shown at the Neuberger Museum and the Venice Biennale and met with different logistical challenges each time it was presented. Next slide, please. Now I'll briefly describe one experience of the piece. First, you walk in and this dark antechamber psychologically sets the mood for what you're about to experience. In darkness, first you might be struck by the smell of rotting sugarcane. You see a small light in the space, and as you move closer to it, next slide, please. There's a layer of sugarcane bagasse on the floor that makes your gait uneasy. As you move closer to the light, you hear rustling, the sound of skin on skin, and you slowly realize there are other people in the space. Next slide, please. The only source of light in the installation is this television monitor broadcasting propaganda footage of Castro. In particular, this image you see here, he's baring his chest so journalists can see that he's not wearing a bulletproof vest. Next slide. And there are 4 performers in the space doing a series of actions. These are almost mechanical gestures of submission, including bowing, placing the hand in the mouth, wiping the arms, and putting hands above the head. That last action was in fact changed from the original action and was developed collaboratively by Tanya and the performers during the rehearsal process on site at the museum. Next slide, please. This is an image of our incredible cast of performers for the work, along with the staff who made it all happen. And while there were a number of theoretical and practical challenges associated with adapting the work's material aspect for a museum setting, today we'll focus specifically on performance. So I'll turn it over to you, Lizzie.
Thanks, Martha. So often when we're casting for a performance work, there are specific professional skills required for the casting call, like particular dance or vocal training. But in this case, the defining characteristic of eligibility was that performers be Cuban or of Cuban descent. And the casting process, which took the form of an interview and a conversation, actually revealed relationships between applicants and that original site in Havana. And I think Tanya mentioned that these living histories and lineages was why that criteria was so important to her. So given the unique casting criteria, many of the individuals who formed the final cast were not actually professional performers. So with this in mind, our preparation was a little bit different for this project. So we prepared them with 2 weeks of training with Tanya on site at MoMA. We gave them a packet of readings and research about the work and its original context. We organized regular sessions with a physical therapist to keep their bodies safe and for them to understand how to warm up and be safe throughout the exhibition. And we talked about, right, in the rehearsal, so one of these movements changed and the rehearsals included both physical movement rehearsal and also conversation about the psychological space of the performers, given the parameters of the work that Martha described. So being in near total darkness, in a rather confined space, having to be silent for hours at a time, was quite difficult, particularly over the 5 weeks of the exhibition. So the rehearsals were really fluid and dynamic, and Tanya did take the performers' feedback into account. So throughout the show, we also held weekly debriefs with the performers, which provided a space for the cast to share feedback, both with the museum team, if any changes needed to happen, but also to share experiences among themselves because the work was performed in silence. And it kind of created this release valve of energy that built up throughout the day. Whoops, sorry about that. Uh-oh. I don't know what happened there. Okay, here we are, warming up in our conference room. Okay, back over to Martha.
Okay, so from a documentation perspective, for all shows, we consider both public-facing documentation as well as internal images and notes that inform how we can properly restage a work in the future. And the darkness and multi-sensory aspect of this installation made public-facing documentation particularly challenging. We took a number of different approaches, none of which could substitute for a physical experience of the work. But these included a video walkthrough of the installation from a first-person perspective. For this, we worked with our team to ensure certain subtle aspects like the sound of the sugarcane underfoot and the sound of subtle movements of the performers were captured. And for still photography, we worked with our in-house imaging team to use cameras particularly suited for low light and did a fair amount of post-production work on the images to produce the result that you see here. Next slide, please. Yes, and then that's a great example too. Next slide. Next slide.
Great. So in addition to the public-facing documentation, we also created a number of internal assets for future reference and also to support potential loans of the work. One of those included this sort of more bridge style set of images, which described in great detail each of the 4 actions that was included in the work. We have headshots of all of the performers who performed for this work the first time at MoMA. We kept detailed performer and producer notes. For example, we would take notes in each of the debriefs so we can tell throughout time the trajectory of things that might have changed throughout the presentation at MoMA.
So at the conclusion of the exhibition, part of our plan was then to interview the 9 performers, and here you can see 8 of the incredible cast. We did this not only as a formal act of stewardship, but as Martha noted, this work originated under specific physical conditions and socio-political circumstances. Fundamental questions and adaptations will inevitably be raised each time this work is reconstructed. So we felt that these oral histories were both critical to building the biography of the work as well as its stewardship. So the interviews were done in partnership with my now former colleague, Athena Holbrook, who was the collection specialist in the curatorial department for media and performance, and together with Martha. So we put together a series of topics for each interview, and these included capturing the experience of working with Tanya, the phase of preparation and rehearsal, unpacking the experience of the performance, the performer's relationship to their Cuban identity and how it related to their performance in this piece. And on a practical note, suggestions and advice for future performers. These oral histories proved incredibly personal, and given the themes of history, politics, and power, combined with the physical and psychological experience of performing the work 6 days a week for 5 weeks, there was much to unpack in these interviews. And now I'm going to hand over to Anna.
Thank you. So this is the second case study that we would like to bring up today, which is in a way different, but there are some similarities, but definitely different also in the time frame. So we're talking about Simone Forti dance constructions. Dance constructions are a set of dances that are based on ordinary gestures, improvisation, chances, and also objects that are constructed by plywood and ropes. Simone Forti, this is the image from 1960 at the Rubin Gallery in New York, presented 2 dance constructions then. This is a seesaw with Yvonne Rainer and Robert Morris. And next slide. And the other 5 dance constructions were presented at the Yoko Ono Loft a year later by a concert organized by Lamonte Young. And it's interesting that, talking about documentation and archives and access, this is the only document that we have from that concert, from that event, which is like a sketch of Simone, how the dance constructions were organized. Next slide. The dance constructions had an interesting life afterwards. Somehow they got a little bit forgot in the 60s, although Yvonne Rainer, who was part of both of the events in the 60s and 61, said that she was aware that she was being part of something very important. They lived, particularly they started to live again in the 70s and 80s, both in the dance world and in the art world. And here there's this beautiful image from the Stadlig in 82. To next slide, definitely, let's say, to the moment when we start to think how to acquire the dance constructions. When I joined MoMA, as I said, 10 years ago, this conversation already started with my predecessors, Klaus Biesenfeld, Jenny Schlenska, and also Sabine Breitwieser. And I think maybe we can go to the next slide. Here you can see, sorry, Lizzie, if you can go to the previous, this is the huddle, which is the only dance construction that doesn't require an object, while people together are creating this little mountain or in glue, creating an object itself, some kind of a moving sculpture. Next slide. While on the next slide, you can see most of the dance constructions. And just because of the sake of time, I'm not going to describe it one by one, but those were the dance constructions that we show first time after we acquired them in 2015 within the exhibition Judson Dance Theater, The Work Is Never Done. So apart, how do you acquire the dance constructions that, as I said, are based on instructions, improvisation, and ordinary gestures and chants? It was also why to acquire the dance constructions, like why the Museum of Modern Art would have the dance constructions, like what is this kind of a border between dance and performance. And the reason we're showing this image is also because the dance constructions, when we showed them in the Johnson Dance Theater show, were part of this gallery that we called Downtown Gallery, which was like mapping the entire artistic scene in the 60s in New York. And so it's important also to consider that at the time, artists were really working across media. So the fact that the dance constructions were very influential, not only for contemporary dance, but also for sculpture, even for minimalist sculpture. So if we go to the next slide, and I can never help myself not showing, and sorry here the caption is missing, but on the left, you have Robert Morris sculpture, who has been in MoMA collection for a very long time and who was Simone Forti partner at the time. And on the right, you have Simone Forti, one of the dance constructions called From Instructions that joined MoMA collections only a few years ago. So Simone Forti's influence is huge, both on the art world and all on the dance world. So that was definitely a good reason to move forward. But the question is like how to move forward. And if we can go to the 2 next slides, here you have the list of all the different dance constructions. As I said, the huddle is the only one who doesn't require the object, and all the other are really object or sculpture based. So next slide. And then we go to the next slide. So basically having all this in mind, what took such long, it was like how to basically transmit, how to organize all this immaterial knowledge. So we started working very closely with Simone Forti. And first of all, it was to understand also that in dance, conservation, preservation is happening through teaching. So transmission through teaching. So it was important to understand also who, apart Simone Forti, are the other teachers who are able to transmit this kind of knowledge. So we gathered those information, as you can see here, like what we all received during our acquisition. Those were all like instructions of how to how to perform. I will be very quick. So in particular, were important the teaching videos that were also audio and video. We can go to the next slide, collaborated very quickly. And this is, I wanted to show you this. So basically, there is so many years of working, many people involved. And this was the material that we receive at the moment of the acquisitions. This is the list of what you saw earlier. We also work very closely with the dance venue in New York to think how to organize workshops that will basically gather Simone Forti with other teachers who will train then new dancers, so that the way that the work can be transmitted generation by generation. And we can go quickly through the next slides. And also what happened is also that the work is one of the most loaned work in the collection. So we realize that every time when the work is loaned, there is all this like very specific system of Sarah Swanson, who is one of the main teachers, identifying other teachers like locally, dancers. So this is also a way of preserving the work. So presenting the work, performing the work became also a way of conserving the work. And those are all examples from the dance constructions at MoMA, where we also, in the exhibitions, we build the green room within the exhibition to show really how all those is very intertwined. Because what we really understood with the dance constructions is how they're based, how important it is actually the person-to-person relationship, but also the network of conversation and relationships. So Kate, I'll let you conclude.
Thank you. So as with Untitled Havana, we also conducted interviews with all 20 performers after the 5-month exhibition. And again, one of the key things we really wanted to sort of capture in those oral histories was training with Simone Forti and Sarah Swanson, who is the producer manager of Dance Constructions. So to conclude, we share an installation shot of Anna and Thomas Lax's exhibition, Judson Dance Theatre, The Work Is Never Done, that was on show at MoMA September 2018 to February 2019. And specifically, we chose this image of Anna Halprin's dance deck in California, and would like to acknowledge the sad passing of Anna Halprin at 100 this past Monday, a dancer, choreographer, hugely influential thinker and teacher, and Simone was one of her students. We hope that the swift recap of these case studies by Tanya Bruguera and Simone Forti begin to illustrate MoMA's approach and give a sense of the museum's commitment to the stewardship of performance works. But this is just the beginning, and we acknowledge all of the institutional complexities that Pip so brilliantly referred to in her keynote. Objects have been the driving factor in museums, but with performance, it's the body. The starting point for our collective approach is the ethical care of people, the artists, performers, and the expanded communities, both present and future. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to all of you. And I would have so many questions, and I am sure that everybody behind his or her screen also, but unfortunately we are running over time. So please keep your questions for later, because we are now having a 15-minute short break. And then please join us again for the second keynote with Gabriella Giannachi. And then we will have more time for a round of discussion. Thank you very much again. And let's see you back for questions.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back after this very short break. It almost hurts me to interrupt this wonderful soundtrack by Terry Fox. And I just want to again acknowledge the artists who provided permissions to use their works in this colloquium. Terry Fox Estate, obviously, Dorothea Schur and Daniel Fischkin. Thank you so much. We'll now quickly share my screen. And it is my great pleasure now to invite to speak Professor Gabriella Giannachi of the University of Exeter, who will present the evening keynote titled Conserving the Unconservable, Documenting Environmental Performance for the 21st Century. Gabriella, the screen is yours.
Thank you. I think somebody's showing the slides for me. There we go. So thank you so much for inviting me. And my neighbor's just decided to mow his lawn right now. So if you hear a lot of background noise, unfortunately, that's what it is. Right, in this presentation, I'm going to talk about the role of documentation for the conservation of performance, looking specifically into what environmental art and performance can teach us in this field, and why documenting the environment, excuse me, of our works may be important. Oh dear. Slide, please. I seem to be losing my voice. The practice of performance documentation originated with the emergence of performance. Next slide, please. Which established itself, as art historian Rosalie Goldberg suggested, in Performance Art from Futurism to the Present of 1979, at the time of the publication of the Futurist Manifesto in 1909. Performance, which had also been popular among constructivist, Dada, Surrealist, and Bauhaus artists, then resurfaced in the 1960s, becoming one of the most prominent art forms of the 20th and 21st centuries. Next slide, please. As can be seen from these images of Oskar Schlemmer's notes and sketches for Das Triadisches Ballett, the Triadic Ballet of 2129, and this document, next slide, please, about them, published in 1938, approximately, now in MoMA's collection, which accurately describes the condition for the performance of the work. Documentations have always constituted valid resources to study a past presentation of a work and to represent it at a subsequent point in time. Next slide, please. There have been numerous debates in the fields of performance studies and art history as to the nature of the relationship between performance and documentation. While performance studies theorist Peggy Phelan suggested that performance, quote, cannot be saved, recorded, documented, or otherwise participate in the circulation of representations of representation, end of quote. Performance studies Philip Auslander, in discussing Yves Klein's use of photomontage in Leap into the Void of 1960, seen here in the image of the left, noted that performance does not always originate in a live act and could find its point of origin in a documentation. By stating that documentation, quote, does not simply generate image statements that describe an autonomous performance, end of quote, but rather tends to produce a, quote, event as performance, end of quote, Auslander acknowledged that documentation forms part of the way performance is produced. Shifting the debate, art historian Amelia Jones noted how we tend to encounter past performance works purely through their documentation, while Barbara Clausen pointed out that performance should not be considered solely as the, quote, authentic experience, end of quote, of a live event or present moment, captured so well by the image on the right, the Living Theatre's Antigone from 1967, but rather, quote, as an ongoing process of an independent relationship between event, mediatization, and reception, end of quote. So whereas in performance studies, debates focused on the ontology of performance, in art history, perhaps they focused more on its reproducibility. Next slide, please. These debates have since then shifted significantly, focusing not only on reproducibility, but also on the role played by the audience in this context. Thus in his most recent study, Reactivations of 2018, Auslander, in elaborating Walter Benjamin's The Work of Art in the Age of Mechanical Reproduction of 1935, noted that Benjamin used the term reactivation in relation to technical reproduction. Thus, Benjamin states, quote, "The technique of reproduction detaches the reproduced object from the domain of tradition. By making many reproductions, it substitutes the plurality of copies for a unique existence. And in permitting the reproduction to meet the beholder or listener in his own particular situation, it reactivates the object reproduced," end of quote. For Auslander, Benjamin's use of the term reactivation means that, quote, "While reproduction initially deactivates the original by removing it from its historical context, the original is reactivated when it encounters the beholder in a different context, the beholder's place and time, through reproduction," end of quote. Elaborating on these considerations in terms of the relationship between performance and documentation, when the reproduction, which may very well include documentation, is reinterpreted and placed in the audience's place and time, as can be seen in this work by Emil Zeil at Unfold at Lima in 2020, in the image on the right, the original, in this case Dan Graham's 1977 version of audience performer mirror, in the image on the left, is using Walter Benjamin's term to some extent reactivated. Next slide, please. Interestingly, the role of the audience was acknowledged in the earliest forms of documentation of performance. While performance documentation started to enter museums, as we've seen numerous times today, from the late 1930s, at the same time that performance itself entered museums, it has only been since the late 1960s and 70s that the approach to documentation has become more systematic, largely because of the work of photographers Peter Moore and Babette Magnolte, who both recognized the value of placing the audience in the images that subsequently so often stood for the work. Moore and Mangolte's documentation strategies, which can be seen in the images in this slide, were profoundly influential on the way that the practice of performance documentation subsequently evolved. After offering a fleeting summary of the main debates in the field, which show that documentation is a key strategy for the reactivation of performance and illustrate the role played by the audience in documentation, I'll now move on to discuss how performance documentation is done inside the museum. Next slide, please. Over the years, the inclusion of performance in museum collections has prompted museums to develop new documentation strategies for conservation purposes. Originally, documentation entered museums primarily at the point of acquisition. Crucially, though, as Christiane Berns, curator and head of collection at the Van Abbe Museum, points out in an interview in Histories of Performance Documentation, a lot of performance documentation that entered the museum in such ways, whether as photograph or videotape, over time became the work. Clausen too explains in her essay in the same collection that documentation has been playing three functions in the history of the museum practice. Quote, initially as a press image, then as a historical document, and finally as a work of art, end of quote. As is evident in Joan Jonas's work, which is notoriously self-referential in that her new works often contain documentations, including paintings, objects, films, which were created in previous works, documentation could therefore be both, in Rebecca Schneider's powerful phrasing, what remains of a past event and a reference to a past event within a new event, as well as a prompt for reactivation. New slide, please. While the intention of the artist and the point of view of the audience have formed the core of what performance documentation has tended to capture, alongside whether objects or ephemera entered the museum at the point of purchase, in recent years, attention has also focused on the identification of the network of people who, in caring for the work, can keep the work, so to speak, alive. Hence, more and more often do curators like Annie Fletcher, chief curator at Van Abbe Museum, consider documentation as something that should be about relations between artists and their work, but also between artists, the works, their networks of care, and the public. The idea of a network of care has been explored by Annette Decker in her Collecting and Conserving Net Art of 2018. As can be seen in this image of Sarah Bocchi's remake 2018, networks of care are crucial in the fields of performance and digital arts, and in dance, where transmission has played a fundamental role in preserving the work for future generations. Next slide, please. Over the last few years, the inclusion of performance, time-based media, and digital art in the collection has produced a broad shift in the way that museums think of documentation. This shift is in line with current research in art history, conceiving of a new method of documentation, a biographical approach, which recognizes, as René van der Waal, Hannah Hölig, Tiziana Scholte, and Zanneke Stigter have suggested, that, quote, the meaning of an object and the effects it has on people and events may change during its existence, end of quote, so that we should construct the, quote, lives of these objects as individual trajectories, end of quote. If the life of an object, an artwork, or heritage more broadly is formed by the individual trajectories that traverse it, then mapping of these trajectories through documentation becomes crucial to understand the life or evolving life of the work in the moment of performance or presentation and exhibition, or when in storage, in the collection, or indeed in the archive. Next slide, please. A significant number of innovative approaches to performance documentation originated at the Tate, where Pip Laurenson, who you've all met today, led between 2012 and 2014 with the performance studies researcher Vivian van Saze collecting the performative, a research network that examined emerging practices for collecting and conserving performance-based art, looking at dance, theatre, and activism. Next slide, please. This project was followed closely by the Performance at Tate Collecting, Archiving, Sharing Performance project, the Documentation and Conservation of Performance project, and finally, the Reshaping the Collectible When the Artworks Live in the Museum project, which all contributed to shape the field of documentation of performance at the Tate and beyond. Next slide, please. One of the legacies of the Collecting the Performative project was a live list, which provided prompts for those thinking about acquiring or displaying live works. Crucially, the list took into account how works evolve, where they ought to be repeated, what the context for that would be, alongside questions about production, interpretation, and audience. Next slide, please. Moreover, and in line with her groundbreaking 2006 paper, Authenticity, Change and Loss in the Conservation of Time-Based Media Installation, in which Laurenson suggested that instead of preserving a work's authenticity, conservators should focus on its, quote, identity, unquote, the live list introduced novel documentation practices that brought to light a new understanding of how to think about performance in the museum. Thus, the live list asks a series of questions about documentation itself, for example, those which you can see here, which are crucial to establish the context of documentation. These questions show how, rather than thinking about an original performance, conservators started to think about future possibilities of reactivation and the role documentation played in that context. As a consequence, a future-oriented form of documentation started to be developed, which is less focused on notions of originality and reactivation, as it is on the idea that artworks evolve, change, and have different manifestations. Next slide, please. Eventually, the Tate Live List was used to develop the performance specification, the first of 3 documentation frameworks, with the other 2 being the activation report and the map of interactions, capturing the relations involved in each performance and bringing together documents often dispersed in different parts of the institution into a strategy that is both past and future-facing. The strategy moved away from, quote, the idea of capturing the original or first performance, unquote, and instead aimed to capture, quote, the concept of the artwork, unquote, so that the work could be activated in years to come. The activation report, quote, a blank template intended to be used to capture the work in action, unquote, and the map of interactions both include information about stakeholders involved in the activation, previous activations, and activations after acquisition. The former describes the condition for the activation, accounting also for other editions of the work, whereas the latter tracks networks of people both inside and outside of the museum who could variously care for the work. The term activation, rather than any term with the prefix "re", is used now by Tate curators and conservators in their words to describe the process of preparing the performance for display and presenting it in an active and live manner, end of quote. Next slide, please. Other museums like the Guggenheim also acknowledge the allographic nature of time-based media conservation identified by Laurenson's seminal 2006 paper, suggesting that decisions taken in the museum acknowledge that artworks are different each time they're installed. The Guggenheim's identity report aimed at understanding a work's identity as well as its, quote, behaviors under different circumstances, end of quote, is thus also acknowledged by a series of iteration reports which intend to identify how the artworks change each time they're activated. Interestingly, iteration reports do consider public reception so as to capture materials that may describe the work's behavior in specific exhibitions. Next slide, please. Grounded in the matters of media art approach, MoMA's documentation strategy also includes the gathering of artists, conservators, and curator interviews, video, sound, and photos, including those taken with mobile phones by staff. Their identity report, considered to be in the assistant media conservator Simi Brost's words, quote, an organic living document, end of quote, is meant to be, quote, a dossier of the entire work whose life and evolution mirror that of the artwork, end of quote, showing its complete production and exhibition history, whereas the iteration report, which at MoMA is called display documentation report, is, quote, a snapshot in the life of the artwork, end of quote. Next slide, please. For these performance documentation frameworks and related practices, a number of factors have become evident. First, performance is preserved by a number of museums through the conservation of the identity of the work, to use Laurenson's term, which is documented at the point of acquisition, but also iteratively through contributions made by a range of stakeholders. This pervasive form of documentation is complex and effective, though I think three factors may need to be considered to ensure these methods become future-proof. First, more attention needs to be paid to the role of the audience, which is still often under-documented, especially when it comes to audience-generated documentations. Second, more attention needs to be paid to documentations that do not originate in museums, whether developed by artists and their collaborators or audiences. Third, more attention needs to be paid to what I call here the environment of the work. Now, I've written about the first and second factors in documentation as our expanded digital practices, which I recently co-edited with Annette Decker, so I will dedicate the next section to unpacking what I mean by the environment of a work. However, before looking at specific examples, I will discuss three terms that I will use hereafter, whose definitions are key not only for the documentation of environmental performance or art, but also more broadly for performance documentation, also I think. Next slide, please. The first term I want to discuss is nature. Nature is a contested term implying a materiality, a rock, an ocean, or an atmosphere, but also process, causality, life itself, and finally signification, Eden, say. Anthropologist Tim Ingold captures nature's paradoxical position in his seminal study, The Perception of the Environment of 2000, where in a diagram showing nature's relation to culture, the term nature appears twice as part of culture, what he calls culturally perceived nature, and as part of nature, what he calls really natural nature, thus visualizing that culture and nature, quote, presuppose each other, unquote, and that nature is both, quote, here and now, unquote, and in culture. Many people use the term nature and environment in conjunction with each other, thinking that they're synonyms of each other, but of course they're not. Next slide, please. So the second term I want to discuss is environment. To do this, I will draw on the philosopher George Agamben's reflections about the work of the biologist Jacob van Uxekel, an expert in animal behavior and founder of ecology, who wrote extensively about the concept of Umwelt. The term Umwelt in German is the term environment, and both terms indicate what is around us, pointing to a self-centered world, or a world as it is perceived by those within it. Van Uxekel was especially interested in researching how animals perceive their environment, arguing that organisms experience life in terms of serious specific self-in-world spatiotemporal frames, which he called Umwelt. Thus, to him, Umwelt describes the perceptual world of an organism, the environment in which it is and in which it acts, suggesting that we tend to presume that the self-in world of the animal is the same as ours, an assumption Agamben suggests that is based on the fact that we assume that there is only one world. In this slide from Van Uxekel's study, you can see a photo of a street in a village, then below the same image seen through a grid, and on top right, the same image again seen through the eyes of a fly, and below that, the same image as seen by a mollusk. As Agamben indicates, the bee, the dragonfly or fly that we observe do not move in the same way as we think by observing them, since they do not share our space-time or our self-time, and we do not see the same world. This suggests that while nature is here now for all of us, the environment is our individual perception of that here and now. While nature is an ontological given, perhaps, the environment is a phenomenologically grounded set of subjective viewpoints. Next slide, please. The third term I wish to discuss is the term climate. The phenomenologist Julian Schneebusch introduces a framework for climate that expresses it in terms of the phenomenological research as part of landscape feeling and atmosphere. Schneebusch cites a philosopher of science, Gernot Böhme, who introduces an analogy between weather and landscape and argues that just as landscape expresses the human construction of nature, climate indicates a subject's viewpoint over a prolonged period of time, thus constituting, quote, a multidimensional phenomenon in which are combined the contributions of nature, culture, history, and geography, but also the imaginary and the symbolic, end of quote. Next slide, please. Recapitulating, nature is both part of culture and nature. While we may assume that everything in the environment is as we perceive it, this is not the case, as not all who share an environment also share the same space-time. Finally, the term climate, like the term nature, indicates a multidimensional phenomenon that includes its cultural construction. This means that these three terms, nature, environment, and climate, are both inside and outside of culture, and all three depend on the perceiving subject. In physics, this is commonly referred to as the observer effect, which indicates a disturbance of an observed system produced through the act of observation. During the documentation of a performance, the same effect is likely to occur. The document means to co-create or co-curate the environment of the work that is being documented. So it is just as important to document the context for documentation as it is to document an artwork itself. I now move on to examine 6 examples from the field of environmental art that help us to understand the importance of the documentation of what I call the environment of a work. And next slide, please. The first example is Robert Smithson's Spiral Jetty of 1970, one of the best documented land art works, possibly because the work keeps disappearing and reappearing in the Great Salt Lake. At the time the work was created, Smithson employed the photographer Gianfranco Gorgoni to document the construction and finished work. The photos were subsequently widely disseminated and are reproduced in numerous studies of the work, and since between 1917 and 2000 the work was usually submerged, they have constituted the principal way for people to actually see the work. As the archivist Elizabeth England suggests, there is no longer an original work here, in that the site changed very significantly, and it is difficult to interpret which level of, quote, granularity to consider the content that makes this spiral jetty, end of quote. According to England, rather than focusing on how to preserve the site, the question now is, quote, what can be done to document the content of Spiral Jetty, even though its structure is subject to deterioration, end of quote. Moreover, over time, the documentation of Spiral Jetty had, in England's words, literally, quote, shaped its interpretation and accessibility while challenging the boundaries of content, context, and structure, end of quote. It is interesting to note how some of these considerations resound with some of the debates currently taking place in museums regarding performance documentation. Next slide, please. Deterioration and corrosion are a returning theme for Smithson's work. Thus, in her study of land art, art historian Anna Hölig suggests that, quote, corrosion, rotting, eroding, and diluting of forms, end of quote, tends to form part of land art's, quote, transitory changing character, end of quote. Hölig cites Amarillo Ramp, another work by Smithson, which was completed after his death on a plane crash while surveying the site in 1973 by Nancy Holt, Richard Serra, and Tony Shafrazi, and which has since dried out so much that, in Hölig's words, quote, the sculpture, a partial circle formed by rocks and earth, seems to melt into the terrain, end of quote. She cites the artist and educator John Rivette, who has been cutting maquetti of the sculpture for the last 20 years, now an assistant professor at West Texas A&M University, as he commented about the role played by documentation in this process. Quote, the documentation of changes to the earthwork over time allows us to comprehend time on a greater scale, end of quote. Thus, in both cases, Spiral Jetty and Amarillo Ramp, the work persisted through documentation, not only insofar as the original was captured by it, but also in that access to the work and its conservation occurs through it. In other words, that's the main principle through which the work is currently encountered. But what is especially interesting here in relation to Amarillo Ramp is Rivette's comment on the value to him of his care with his students for the work, which allows him and the students to conceive of the work not only in the here and now, but also over time in the future. Next slide, please. My second example is of a work which has very little documentation. Sorry, next slide. About a company which is becoming increasingly interesting to museums. This is a work influenced by Buckminster Fuller's Dome over Manhattan, namely Bay Area Collective Unfarm's air emergency performance at the Clean Airport of 1970, performed at the University of California, Berkeley. Unfarm, operating at the intersection of architecture, design, and media art, often use inflatables, and in Clean Airport, they specifically used one to critique environmental air quality. Thus imagine that the entirety of the world's atmosphere had been poisoned and the only clean air was inside the inflatable. The company stood outside of the pod wearing gas masks, declaring an emergency through loudspeakers and telling everybody to go inside the giant bubble or they would die within 15 minutes from, quote, air failure, end of quote. Ant Farm's works have been documented primarily by Ant Farm, and so researchers and conservators would find today that the artists hold collections of photos, videos, newspapers, and magazine articles, as well as interviews. Ant Farm have donated some of their documentations to museum and archives in the US and the UK, and this means that with a couple of exceptions, such as SF MoMA, which is currently acquiring and reactivating their work, their documentations are residing principally in different archives. This ironically means that more people have access to their work as museum documentations tend to be unavailable to the wider public. Next slide, please. My third example is Future Farmers, an international collective of artists founded by Amy Franceschini in 1995. The collective, formed by artists, designers, architects, anthropologists, writers, and farmers, focus on participatory projects often dedicated to knowledge exchange. Their work has been exhibited at the Whitney, the Guggenheim, Maxi, and many other museums across the world. In 2007, Amy Franceschini and Michael Swain collaborated with the microbiologist Jonathan Mauser and Baudela's Masala community. The work was represented at the exhibition The Weather Report and published in the homonymous collection of 2007 with the title The Unfinished Journey of Carl Linnaeus. In short, the work consisted of a performance, video, sculpture, and a drawing. The stage was built in Central Park, Boulder, and accommodated tribes of people tasked with discussing quotations by scientists about climate change. Each group would only bring 5 items with them. The first triad was formed by an environmental scientist, an urban planner or policymaker, and a gardener who had to cope with their own ideological differences, as well as with the weather that was location specific. Although Franceschini usually documents her work quite extensively, this specific project has very little documentation available in the public domain, which means that it is almost impossible to unpack what actually happened on the day. Yet this performance, like other works by Future Farmers, or indeed many other pioneers in environmental art, is likely to become increasingly significant in years to come. Next slide, please. My fourth example is a UK-based organisation, Cape Farewell, whose primary objective is the communication of climate change through art, hence the title of the World Touring Exhibition, Art and Climate Change of 2006, which they achieve by organising expeditions that intend to encourage interdisciplinary debate on climate change. The organization's mission statement is, quote, to develop the production of art founded in scientific research by exposing artists to the world's climate tipping points, end of quote. Next slide, please. Especially powerful in this context is Anthony Gormley's 3 Made Places of 2005, developed in collaboration with architect Peter Clegg, which consisted of 3 spatial forms carved in ice, each representing different aspects of the human body's relationship to the world, visualizing the problematics of human dwelling, and so constituting a poignant reminder that a change in a climate affects not only where, but also who or even what we are within culture and in nature. Cape Farewell's are avid documenters of their own work, and the sheer number of books, films, artworks, education packs, scientific papers, and even a new school module called Extreme Environments offer a great sense of how the artists engage with the environments encountered during the expeditions. However, I'm not aware of their work being acquired by museums. And so again, they're not subject to the same kind of scrutiny that we've been talking about today in relation to other artists and documentation strategies. Next slide, please. My fifth example, which is still in the making, is Olaf Eliasson's 2021 piece Life, an installation at the Foundation Bayerle, which also has a multi-channel live stream introducing alternating perspectives of the work. The work intends to, quote, present a model for a future landscape, end of quote. Eliasson suggests, quote, when Sam Keller, the director of the foundation, and I first discussed the exhibition a couple of years ago, I thought, why don't we invite everyone to the show? Let's invite the planet, plants, and various species. Beyond just opening a door, I decided to remove the structural boundaries that keep the outside out of the institution. Together with the museum, I'm giving up control over the artwork, so to speak, handing it over to human and non-human visitors, to plants, microorganisms, the weather, the climate, many of these elements that museums usually work very hard to keep out, end of quote. Eliasson's life is just that, life itself. While the intention of the artist is captured through interviews currently available on his website and social media, Little, however, is still known about how visitors, including non-human visitors, are actually experiencing the work. Next slide, please. My final example is a bio-artwork. The question of documentation is especially interesting for these kind of artworks, since, as in the case of Eliasson's work, it includes the documentation of an environment which is not only human. In her analysis of Marta de Menes's Nature of 2000, in which the artist altered the patterns on butterflies' wings, displaying wing patterns that are not seen in nature and that are not inheritable, conservator Cristina Barros Oliveira shows that challenges caused to museums when works include live beings. When the work, which belongs to the Museo Extremeño and Iberoamericano de Arte Contemporáneo, is exhibited, documentation, Barros Oliveira suggests, is key to ensure the work can be activated. According to the artist, the butterflies need to be exhibited alive, so as not to be perceived as objects. Thus, when the work was shown at the Ars Electronica Festival in 2000, the artist asked for a greenhouse to be built so that, in Barros Oliveira's words, audience would experience the, quote, heat, humidity, and smell that one feels when sharing a space with these kind of butterflies, which come from a tropical climate, end of quote. To preserve the work, the artist created a booklet containing important information about how to alter the butterflies, what kind of food they need depending on the season, and what environment they would need for exhibition, which according to Barros Oliveira may, however, not be sufficient to preserve the work, which also needs the establishment of a network of care to explain who would carry out the interventions in the future, where the butterflies might be purchased and passed on after the exhibition. This work entails, like Eliasson's life, a living world, and so the complexity of preserving this work coincides with the difficulties of preserving life itself. Next slide, please. I have chosen these examples of environmental artworks because each of them entails factors which are important to consider in relation to performance documentation. First, I hope to have shown how a large number of works, including both historical and new works in this field, have not yet been documented using museum documentation frameworks. This means that these documentation models could still be expanded and perfected by including a wider range of environmental works with the different behaviors and qualities to do with life itself, as well as with liveness. Second, documentations that have been carried out by artists or independent parties are often not preserved. This includes seminal works in environmental art that have been shown in a number of museums, but have not yet been acquired, though it is likely that they might form part of future museum collections. Third, the point of view of the audience and the environment or Umwelt of the work, including its context, also largely remains undocumented. Performance like environmental art changes over time, largely because its environment and its reception also change over time. These changes are not only something the artwork is subject to, they might also be an active quality that the artwork may actually have. Next slide, please. The art critic and curator Germano Celan's final book project contained a fragment that is relevant here. This was published in April 2021 in La Repubblica. Celan wrote that the works he curated throughout his career were not, quote, concluded, unquote, but, quote, fluid and flexible, capable through their elasticity of taking on new forms depending on the architecture, or to turn the architecture into a stage to survive, end of quote. These works were, in his words, open to have, quote, a performative character depending on the scene of the exhibition, end of quote. The latter, he then continued, quote, becomes participant to the work, end of quote. So he concluded, quote, the work is not a parcel which travels from one side to another, but a nomad entity which must adapt to the resources offered by the place, end of quote. These considerations are crucial, for they consider the environment of the work, both inside and outside of the museum, as an active participant to the work. Next slide, please. The relationship between a work and the environment in which is shown is much more fluid than we may have so far assumed. This may be what Roman Ondak was suggesting in Loop of 2009, which was created during the artist's participation in the 33rd Venice Biennale. He undertook the garden surrounding the pavilions in the Biennale and reproduced it inside the structure he was commissioned to design. The result was that the inside of the Czech and Slovak pavilion was the same as the outside. The powerful work sums up the complexity in this field, which I described when referring to Ingold's diagram, in which nature appears twice, as part of culture and as part of nature, with both operating as separate and yet interconnected entities. In Loop, literally, the environment of the work is the work. Next slide, please. So I hope to have shown what an important role documentation plays for the conservation of performance and why we must still wish to perfect the practice of documentation by considering a wider range of works and by preserving the environment of the work, which could tell us about different selves in world of the work, as well as the work's ability to change over time, its climate, so to speak. There is also one further factor that we may wish to consider. As geographer Caitlin De Silva writes in a study Curated Decay of 2017, we may need, quote, a reevaluation of our commitment to perpetual material protection, in that processes of decay and disintegration can be culturally as well as ecologically productive, end of quote. As in the case of Spiral Jetty, a work may remain as image or memory or documentation or indeed decay. And the latter, as we know from Rivette's comment on Amarillo Ramp, the documentation and conservation of the site offers, in his words, the opportunity of a glimpse to a quote, bigger picture of our universe, end of quote. Decay then too, what is ultimately unconservable, might have a value that ironically may be worth not only curating, but also documenting. So why should we document the unconservable? Question. Last slide, please. To conclude, I would like to cite the literary critic Frank Kermode's famous considerations on the organization of experience. He said, quote, "The clock's tick-tock I take to be a model of what we call a plot, an organization that humanizes time by giving it form. And the interval between tock and tick represents purely successive, disorganized time of the sort that we need to humanize," end of quote. Maybe the relationship between performance and documentation is like the relationship between the tick and the tock. They're both the same, and yet they're not, for one continues to evade the compulsion towards order of the other. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Gabriella. Do we see Gabriella still? Perhaps, Julia, we have to stop sharing.
Yes, we see her.
Oh, you see her. Perhaps I don't see her. I'm sorry. I will try to retrieve. Yes, hi, Gabriella. Now.
Sorry, I lost my voice.
No, it was perfect. Thank you so much for this really dense, deeply researched and fascinating paper. We learned so much about the, I think, nuances, forms, and types of relationships that documentation might establish with the work of environmental performance. And I guess my question considers the way in which documentation becomes a form of conservability of the work, or even its conservation, something that you touched upon, you know, in your last sentences, just in the last little bit of your paper, which I found fascinating. So could you expand on this idea a little bit more on the one hand, and then on the other? I would be really interested in hearing a little bit more about this actants and actors, perhaps, that create and effectuate documentation of this environmental performances. And I just want to also say that we welcome questions from audience, panelists, yes, and everyone. Thank you.
So I'm a firm believer that documentation is very useful in conservation. But as I've kind of seen the field evolve since I first started working it, which was about 10 years ago, I think, I just see a kind of multiplication of documents and documentation practices, which are increasingly pervasive, and from a museum perspective must be enormously time consuming. So then the question is, A, where do we stop? But also what are we preserving when sometimes artworks, especially these kind of artworks I was trying to talk about, actually have a life that is worth looking at also in terms of their decay. What I suppose I'm saying, in both the attempt to preserve a past version of a work and in the attempt to kind of create the optimal condition for activation of a work, we're still sometimes not necessarily so much looking at the evolution of a work. And somebody captured what I meant by that really well the other day at a conference in Lima, Amsterdam, when they were talking about the activation of of a particular work from the 60s that lasted 20 minutes. And the person reactivating it was saying, is 20 minutes in the 60s the same as 20 minutes today? And everybody in the room said, no, it's not, but nobody could actually pin it down exactly how to deal with that. So I think that when we look at environmental art and environmental performance, the problematics augment, and that our frameworks, which are brilliant, but shake again because of those problematics. I think that's what I was trying to say. I was also trying to say that, you know, a lot of these works in environmental art and environmental performance will enter collections. I'm sure about that because of various reasons. And we are at a point in time where it would be really useful to document these works now, as some of the artists are, you know, of a certain age. So I think as we've seen, you know, with performance entering museums over the last 20 years, I think this is a form of art that will also enter museums. Now, what are the actors in that, you're asking me? And that's a really fascinating question, because the reason I quoted Van Uxelkel is because some of the actors are non-human. And of course, Van Uxelkel beautifully showed us that we see things in completely different ways. So, you know, in my kind of mad attempt to multiply documentation forms even further, I'm wondering, should we work with scientists and find really different ways of capturing these different selves in worlds that characterize environmental performance? And to conclude, I think you really capture, when you look at Rivette's comments on Amarillo Ramp, you really capture something interesting, which has to do with the pleasure of documentation and with the fact that documentation is increasingly a way of actually experiencing a work, not only from a museum perspective, but also from the perspective of the numerous people who photograph themselves constantly inside of artworks as they're experiencing them. And I think, again, that capturing some of those documentations may be interesting from a museum perspective.
Thank you so much. And I love how you evoked also the different, you know, through the quotation of the Lima speaker, the different feelings or perceptions of time, which Pamela, I think Lee also beautifully captures in Chronophobia, where she speaks, you know, the time of the 1960s seemed endless. And we are obviously, you know, operating now with entirely different technological and intellectual apparatuses, obviously, that let us perceive time or operate with time differently. But I would love to open now the floor to questions. Let me have a look if there are any hands raised. Perhaps I'm not seeing them.
Otherwise, Hannah, we can just open the floor.
No, yes, we are opening the floor. Pip is here. I will ask her to unmute. Pip, please, the stage is yours, the screen is yours.
Great. I don't think I can oh, yes, I can. Good. Oh, that was a wonderful talk. Thank you, Gabriella. I really enjoyed that. And there's so much there. And I just wonder if I was really touched by this idea of the artwork, not as a parcel, but as a nomad. And I wonder if you could say just a little bit more about that idea, that image.
That, of course, is not my image. It's Germano Celan's image. And I think La Repubblica just published some of the extracts of what was going to be his last book, although it never was. But the way he talks about the work is not as an object, but as an entity that changes and moves, and that doesn't so much react. It's not passive in his words, but is active, and it adapts itself to new environments. And of course, I really like that metaphor, and I know Arte Povera really well, largely because my mother translated all the work into German, and so I spent my youth with all of them in my house. And I remember how they talked about the artworks in these very active terms, even though we see them as objects, but they talked about them in an obvious, very performative way. they were very adamant that those what we see as objects should not be displayed as objects, but should remain active in the environment, whether that was in a gallery or outdoor, wherever they would be. And in that sense, these, Benonnet's trees that we've seen in so many different environments, in so many different museums, again, indoor, outdoor, placed in different positions, in different configurations in relation to different objects, it continues, to me, to adapt itself, to move from one side to another. And in that sense, like a nomad, I suppose, in Celan's words, not mine, the trees continuing to move and change. And that quality, that adaptability, that's something that I was trying to get to with this idea of the environment of the work, is an inside mechanism of the work to change. Not only how we change it, but also how it changes and how it's programmed to change or designed to change or created to change, I guess, yeah.
That's lovely, thank you.
Thank you so much, Pip, for your question, and Gabriella for your answer. I see that Julia has a question. Julia, could you turn on your screen?
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Gabriella, for that really fascinating talk, which brings up so many questions and pathways into the larger discussion that will follow. One thing in particular that I really appreciate about your approach is your reminder of the artistic presences, the artistic minds that are behind so much of the documentation that we often look at as something, despite knowing better, as something somewhat objective. I was thinking as I was listening to you speak about that, especially Peter Moore and Babette Mangolte, when and where did we get the idea that documentation is a matter for professionals rather than for artists? And I ask this knowing, of course, full well that even though this is a professional position that many institutions have, those positions are more often than not, I would perhaps venture to say even most of the time, filled by artists who are in fact expected to keep that artistic identity separate from the work that they're doing for the institution. I think we can probably all think about examples of these people who don't have the status of a Peter Moore, but who have worked at many institutions. One name that comes to mind is Paula Court, who took decades of photos of performances and installations at MoMA, but is also known as a kind of downtown scene photographer in New York punk scene. And I'm wondering about the potential for moving documentation more into kind of the artistic field.
Well, I mean, documentation has always been in the artistic field, which doesn't mean that all artists do documentations. Of course, we know a few who really don't, and a few who do it once and then never again, and a few who have very precise strategies to do it, and others who employ other people. And so I don't think from an artistic point of view that there is a canon. People are doing it in quite different ways. Then there are photographers like Peter Moore and Babette, and of course in more contemporary times, Hugo Glendinning and others. And they have their own way of documenting, which is not necessarily, I mean, they're artists as well, but they're not the author or creator, if you like. And I just want to cite an example that Hugo mentioned to me, which I think is really interesting. He was working with Paola Pivi, and in a work whose title escapes me now, but maybe one of you remembers it, the one where there's a leopard and lots of cappuccini on a platform, right? And he's, of course, taking all these photos and trying to understand what Paola Pivi wanted the work to look like, right? So he's taking all these photos, and then overnight he processed them, and then he met her again the next day. And he had decided that there was one photo which was really beautifully designed, and he thought that's the work. And then there was one photo which was really messy and, not particularly designed, and he thought that's the documentation. And he showed them to Paola, and she reversed it. So the photo that's really messy became the work, and the photo that's really beautifully designed became the documentation. And that sums it up for me, also in relation to what I was trying to say with the TikTok. that, you know, what is in the eyes of the beholder sometimes. And that could be the artist, it could be the museum, it could be a future visitor to a museum. This is especially, again, evident with, I think, with environmental art, because there's more people who have a stake in it than with other art forms. Yeah, so again, you know, Hannah's description of what happens at the Amarillo ramp and Rivette's description of the care and love that goes into, you know, it could be my garden that they're talking about, you know, but they're talking about a hugely famous artwork. So are they performing the artwork at some level? Is conservation becoming some form of, you know, activity that is performative in itself? Will we in the future, we're already seeing that actually, we are seeing more and more documentation, but will we in the future see conservators at work? Like we now see the scientists at the, you know, San Francisco Exploratorium, we see the scientists at work creating the exhibits. Maybe we'll see conservators at work. Mm-hmm. So it's becoming increasingly interesting to people, I think.
I think we'll also hear about, thank you, Julia. This was a fascinating question. In fact, I'm gonna just read on a follow-up on those. But in fact, the performativity of conservation will be taken on also tomorrow. And I think it's great. It's a great transition. I wanna just acknowledge two comments. One from Chrissy, who states, this question is especially important for Black artists working in the 1960s and 70s, who are largely excluded from the white experimental downtown community. I think it's a really important comment. And another comment from anonymous attendee, the example of Peter Moore is, according to this attendee, a complicated one, as his elevation to the status of artist has made the documentation less accessible and in a way lost to art history and conservation, at least for now. A very, very interesting, I think, comment here.
Yeah. I mean, I was trying to say that when I was talking about Ant Farm, because Ant Farm, like other artists, donate their documentations to organizations, and they notice that exactly the same documentation for some organization goes into a collection and becomes, you know, invisible to the public unless it's exhibited. And in others, it goes into an archive, which is very accessible, but it's not subject to any kind of rigorous internal documentation process. So that's, I think that's an interesting place to leave this here.
Excellent. Let's leave this here, but actually let's continue with all panelists. I would like now to invite, thanking Gabriella again so much for this wonderful contribution and discussion. I would like to invite now all panelists to turn on their cameras and join us for this evening conversation. I think we are a few minutes just after the schedule, but we have still really a good amount of time to start to converse. I am actually perhaps you know, I'm just proposing to start with something that has interested us in the project for a while, but. You know, we can also come back to, obviously, to our MoMA colleagues who did not enjoy the Q&A to that extent. But perhaps we can, you know, we can just start with this and see where we go. I think, you know, I would like to follow up on this question that I, in a way, formulated to Gabriella already. How conservation is for many of those practices and techniques, you know, whether really physical or intellectual or some other ways, how conservation is synonymous with, you know, documentation, with archival practices, with the preservation of relics, with perhaps the transmission of tacit knowledge. I think, you know, the question of conservation here, I'm trying to turn into the question, where is the artwork, or what is the artwork, or what is performance, perhaps, that we are approaching through those debates and in our work as, you know, as scholars, as conservators, as archivists, as curators. And so on. So perhaps we could start here and see where we go. I see Hélia is smiling at me. it's for...
No, I thought our colleagues at MoMA would have a good answer to this, especially because they didn't had the time to also discuss the amazing work they are doing there. And I was wondering also if we could consider documentation as bodies, right? Body archives as well, in that sense. I don't know if this is a good way to get out of the spot, but yes, now I'm putting all MoMA colleagues on the spot. Sorry about that.
Well, we are four, so we cannot talk four of us at the same time. But Kate, I don't know, do you wanna, as the conservator of the group, would you like to maybe start? And I'm glad to follow up.
Gosh, that's such a big question. How to unpack. I think what we tried to reflect, certainly in our presentation, was that documentation doesn't live solely within conservation, certainly within the museum, but I think we can think beyond as well. So that was something that we were trying to kind of reflect. Anna, maybe you want to respond.
Yes, I think definitely we're trying to reflect, and it's really a big question, and somehow we can consider all that performance in a way. I think what we've been dealing a lot is also this idea of translation. I think something that we also encountered while we were working on the Judson Dance Theater exhibition with all its limits, but what does it mean? This idea of the time lapse, also something that happened, for example, in the 60s in the basement of the church. What does it mean when it happens in an institution as MoMA? In 2018, what does translation mean? What, all those elements of documentation, of the archives, of ephemera, of photo, of the status of photo of Peter Moore that we were dealing a lot, who were the other photographers, and then also what does it mean to reperform these works? What does it mean to reperform these works, for example, with other bodies? And what those other bodies are telling us, as Gabriella mentioned, what does it mean 20 minutes in the past and 20 minutes in the 60s and 20 minutes today? What does it mean for one body to run in the basement of the church in the 62 and then in the atrium in 18, how the bodies changes? So those are all, for me, all those things are connected, and it's very difficult to change them. And it's not something, I think, particularly with the Simone Forti example, it's the fact, the living archive, it's also something that we are very much interested in. And that's how the whole idea of the intellectual gift started. Like how do you collect that? You don't maybe collect it, but it's again, a set of relationship and connections that you're cultivating that are allow you to get closer to the work, or to somehow be able to preserve and steward the work. So this is I think what we are thinking a lot at MoMA. I don't know if it's satisfying as an answer, but we don't want also to dominate. But this is the different directions where we are going. There is no one pattern or one protocol that we could apply for performance work, or for what is documentation and archive.
And maybe just to add, this is more of a comment, a little bit sidestepping the question, but it occurred to me, Gabriella, in your lovely talk right before this, when you brought up the importance of documenting audience feedback. That's something that we didn't speak to in our talk, but does happen periodically at the museum, and we've done that for a few different projects, but one place that I think that really happens is actually in the education department. In the past, we've worked with education colleagues who are a little bit more forward-facing and often have a lot of contact with either participants in workshops or attendees at performances, and do their own reports that end up in the archive. And I think it's important, curatorially and in terms of conservation, to think about that as an important place for documentation as well.
Excellent. Would someone else like to jump on this question? Pip, yes, please.
Well, I just I'm also interested in this question of how we might include audience documentation in our documentation, and we're kind of on the edge of doing a project that, you know, a small kind of project to experiment with that with our Tate Collective producers, which is a group of 16 to 25-year-olds that kind of already have a relationship with Tate. And I guess I'm just wondering if anybody has the experience of doing that work and how they have decided where that material goes and how they've linked that. Because I think one of the problems is that, you know, while it's still on a kind of case by case or an occasional basis, there's a risk of that documentation not having a meaningful place in relation to the other kind of more institutional forms of documentation. And I just wondered if anybody had experience of doing that work and what they've learned.
I've done quite a lot of it myself, and we've done some with you as well for the Performance at Tate project. And the real challenge is always the same, which is this tends to happen during research projects. And a lot of material is gathered, but then none of it is put back into the public domain. So the question is really what you were saying, Pip, is not so much how to do it, but is how to then translate that into something that can be meaningful to the public, that goes beyond the kind of graffiti, I was here, selfie or whatever. And therefore, you know, to organize it in such a way that it produces those kind of materials. So I've seen this so many times where the material is wonderful, but it then just sits there. So the question is, what mechanism can a museum adopt to gather these materials, but then also put them out there, but so that they're good enough for the museum to feel comfortable in doing that? I don't have an answer, by the way. I just have it.
I love that question. Not only because I asked about something similar before, but also because I've been thinking a lot lately about what seems to me to be a relationship between an inherent relationship between the conservation of performance and the exhibition of performance, the presentation of it. Not only in that there is a need to actually install works, to present works in order for them to be remembered, and in order for the cycle of memory to keep taking place and not be broken. But also because it seems to be increasingly the case that there's an interest in seeing such documentation and seeing conservation efforts that essentially tell us more about the work as part of the work. And so there's a possibility that activities that were previously considered only conservation activities could have some kind of role in the gallery, whether that's which in fact can be a very modest form. We can imagine something like there's a booklet available where you can read about witness reports from a work that was performed 10 years ago or 20 years ago. But of course, we could also scale that up to imagine live performing conservators, as Gabriella was suggesting. And I'd be interested to hear from both conservators and curators on that point.
I don't know if I could, I think it is impossible to indeed dissociate the exhibition of performance from its conservation. Also because when we are looking at the conservation of performance, we are looking at the way it presents itself or how we contribute to its materialization. So it needs to materialize for us to be able to conserve it. Now, I think in that sense, it would be very interesting as well to think, and I think, Julia, it was you who said this a while back. I don't know in which context, but I remember specifically that you mentioned this in some other meeting, in some other life probably, that performance art is quite resilient if we think about it, because it doesn't break as much. So I think there is a possibility to experiment with these forms of presentation and to really try to reconfigure what performance could look like. But indeed, presenting it or displaying it, exhibiting it in, I would argue, all the various forms it could take, it's the best way to actually conserve it. But yes, those are my 2 cents.
I don't know if someone else would like to jump on this aspect, but I also see a comment or a question from the audience. A question that is perhaps, and I'm quoting, perhaps a moot point in this discussion, but what is the responsibility of performance conservation for artists who aren't working within an institutional framework? I think a really, really important question.
I can perhaps start, but I don't want to monopolize the conversation. I am only starting because we had an awkward silence. I think we are responsible for all forms of cultural heritage. And I also think that museums and public museums have the public responsibility to consider those artworks that are not part of their collections as part of a collective collection to which they can contribute to. Now, I'm with Gabriella in that I have no answers, and this sounds almost like a utopia to say that it is a collective responsibility, but to use a word that Pip mentioned of canonization, if we are waiting for artworks to be canonized, we'll only have artworks from white and probably male artists being conserved. So yes, I think sometimes every time that I talk about that, looking at gender studies, there is 1 or 2 individuals that say, yeah, but change is happening. It's just a matter of waiting. And I would say I'm tired of waiting. So I think it's time to actually step up and do the things, bring other things to the canon publicly and collectively.
It will be also interesting to hear from other colleagues that are actually embedded within an institutional context, what they think about this issue.
Well, maybe I can say.
Oh, sorry. No, Emily?
Shall I go?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, because I have many hats, but I work also as a time-based media conservator in a museum in Bern, and I think it's really joining what Gabriella was saying, that we have to find a way to make sustainable conservation, because we are moving towards collecting works that are so demanding in comparison to traditional artworks. And at the same time, we don't want to build a canon by only caring for 1 or 2 artworks a year. So we have to find a way to not overproduce our documentation and not waste our resources in order to share them between all the artworks that are existing. And of course, I don't have the solution on how to do that, but I think that many leads appeared today in the conversation, which is great.
I've also, I think some of us are on the Crumb list, which is, and there was a question put quite recently by a curator from Argentina, who said we don't really do much performance work in digital media work in museums, and we don't have the staff to do certainly any of the kind of documentations that you do in Europe and America. Can anybody talk to me, please? How do I do this? Help. And I was thinking that is one thing, that maybe could be done more of, to kind of enable smaller museums, or museums in parts of the world where, which have various difficulties, to either by working with them or proposing frameworks which then they could adopt and adapt. From speaking as an academic, so working with a university, one thing we can do is we tend to have lots of students who are learning and who want to document and who want to learn how to do it. So sometimes a collaboration between a university and a museum could produce a larger number of documentations or good quality as well, that museum staff may not have the time to carry out themselves. And in that way, we also obviously communicate the job to new generations.
Well, I wanted to follow up what Emily said, because I mean, I guess really one of the reasons why we did this research, or we do the research project we do, is that exactly, I guess we kind of have all to narrow down all these very inspiring and great ideas about documentation, conservation, and so on, towards a scale where you can use it in very different areas. And I really wonder, and I feel very motivated about what we heard today, but I still have, as all of you, not the answer for how to do that. How can you, we are kind of, in a mental area, we're opening up very much, which I guess is most important, towards all kind of more specified or more differentiated documentations of performance art. But then I guess when it comes to practice and inclusion, then we have to kind of scale it down again. So I guess it would be quite interesting on try to reflect on how can we scale down this immense complexity.
Excellent. I see a couple of comments in the Q&A, but I wonder if you don't wish to comment on this, but I wonder whether Brian and Claire could talk a little bit about these former questions, or try to perhaps answer it from their particular perspective, as they work for very interesting Scottish museums as well.
Yeah, actually, hi everyone. I'm the assistant curator in collections in the Irish Museum of Modern Art in Dublin. And well, I did actually meet Brian working in a museum in Scotland, so originally. But yeah, it was just, I think that was a really interesting question about how you can make the conservation process visible within exhibition. Brian and myself will talk tomorrow about the fact that IMA have just acquired its first performance works. So I haven't had the experience of showing them, working on exhibiting them yet. But I think in terms, Brian's been working with us for a few years on the time-based media aspect of the collection. And something we were really interested in doing was how to make some of that visible in exhibition space. And so we did actually work on a show, which was part of an exhibition about the archive in the 90s. And we worked together to create two rooms within that show, which were kind of, I suppose, presenting the artworks in an archival state, moving image works in particular, and showing them alongside archival material and documentation from the files of the artworks, as a way to kind of, and we were really talking about what time-based media artworks are, what the idea of conservation is, and kind of how I suppose those kind of materials that exist around the artworks, and presenting them in a very visual way. We worked with a graphic designer to do it. So that was kind of, I suppose, for us, the kind of first step of bringing that work that we're doing into that space. And it's a question I think is fascinating about this idea of canonizing works. Works that become canonized by virtue of being in the museum collection because of our access to resources. And so again, this hasn't happened yet, but me and Brian have been talking for a while about how to do, think about public events, semi-public events, talk about resource sharing, just in conversations, because when we have conversations with artists, about the works, like they're really interested in a conceptual level as well about the whole process. So like, I think and we're always thinking, they're like, oh yeah, that's, I think it's just something that people would be more interested in a wider public space. So we are talking about that happening at the moment, but maybe Brian, you want to talk a bit more about that?
Yeah, I mean, that's great. I won't add too much more, but something that I was just thinking about that's really surfaced here is about, I guess, in relation to documentation and resources of everyone, of institutions and staff resources. I think we have these models and these frameworks that are very ambitious, and I know that the practitioners here will agree with me in that it's really challenging to implement some of these documentation models in practice given limited resources. There's only so many conservators on staff, there's only so many hours in the day, and then so ultimately where those resources get directed, sometimes certain works become priorities, and the reasons why they become priorities can vary, right? There can be curatorial interest. They're coming up for exhibition soon, right? So in my capacity working with Emma, a lot of the artworks that I've worked on have been, the ones, the squeaky wheels that get the grease, right? So I think we can't do everything for every artwork that we would want to do. So ultimately we have to be strategic, and we have to be conscious of how that time and resources being prioritized, and where it's being directed. And I think that gets into the sort of ethics and politics of what's really going on. And we have a responsibility, I think, to be really mindful and aware of that.
Thank you so much. There is so much going on in our Q&A, so there are a couple of very specific questions directed to Pip and commenting on Hélia also input. Let me take perhaps the one by Johanna Householder. Is there an assumption that there is or can be an authentic version of a work of performance if there is enough documentation, a true activation as opposed to an inaccurate reperformance? I'm thinking here, she says, of Abramovich's, I think 6 easy pieces, no, or 5 easy, 6 easy. But also one of my favorites, Kelly and McCarthy's, Fresh Aconchi, an activation of Aconchi's pieces performed by pawn artists. And further to Hélia, is this a way to disrupt the canon?
I would say yes. I think it is a way to disrupt the canon. I think the way to disrupt the canon is just to promote difference. That was my argument for the talk today. Just promote potential avenues that allow us to think what the artworks could have been, and what they are and what they can become. And that also plays a role in the makeup of collections today, right? What could our collections have been if we had collected different things? And what could our conservation practice be if we had conserved things differently? So yes, I think that's a way to disrupt the canon.
Wonderful, thank you, Hélia. Pip is turning on her mic, yes.
I guess there were 2 things that kind of came to mind that I thought might be worth sharing. I think one in response to the kind of global mobilization against racism in the last year, I think one of the things that's changed between choosing Conrad as a case study and what we would do now is there is a kind of conscious practice, which I think speaks to this issue about who is it that we choose to do our projects on, and who is it that we prioritize to kind of amplify. And so I think that's very practical. And then I think the other thing which is interesting and complex is the idea of slow collecting. And what, you know, we learned from Jill Sterrett with this idea of the multiple temporalities of the museum. And I think it's just really important that we hold a space which allows us to do something slower and deeper around these works, because I think we can get so caught up, I mean, in the kind of pace of collecting. And I think at the moment we're also involved in this sort of gap filling, where, you know, the gaps within our collections and who's been overlooked and who's been excluded, there's a kind of frenzy to try and fill the gaps. So, you know, the rate of collecting is not letting up, but we need to kind of hold on to moments of where we really can do a kind of slow, deep work, at least one of our temporalities within the museum. I'd love to hear what other people think about that. Wishful thinking.
Well,
oh, sorry.
Maybe I can say something. As institutions have been involved, and I feel we are like, between Tate and MoMA, we are two big institutions, so we could say something in particular in terms of canon. As I think we, you know, MoMA in particular as an institution cared a lot about canon, was trying to define canon, and in a way, performance was a way of disrupting the canon. I think this is what Liz been happening, because often when you collect performance, you do collect more women, or you do collect more, you know, artists of color, and you collect, you know, other geographies. At least this is what been happening, and I think it's. But that's not enough. It's not just enough to collect them. It's also like, how do you collect them, and how do you present, and how you don't ossify them in a way? Because also this thing, later I don't know if I understood correctly, talking about Marina doing the 60s pieces was disrupting the canon. For me, that was like building a certain canon more than disrupting the canon, because those works were not part in the canon and then they became the canon. So how do you disrupt the canon? For me, it's more like, how do you collect and how do you present, and what kind of narrative do you build around? So when you're not presenting in something minor or something that, you know, there you have a painting and a sculpture and then you have a performance, but when you put things on the same level and you put the context when things have happened. And because I remember Carly Schneemann, sorry if I've been mentioning this many times, but when we talked to Carly Schneemann about Judson, she said Judson was the business of women getting together and doing, you know, experimenting and doing art. So, but it's also with the dance constructions, how then we don't ossify and we don't own them, how we don't make them accessible, even if they're now maybe part of the canon as they're part of the collection. And what does the canon mean also? So I think it's performance, at least in big museums, helped to disrupt the canon, but then how to be respectful also to avenues and artists who'll be doing this work for a long time, you know, and not just like taking it and then showing it and like saying, oh, we fill the gap, because filling the gap, it's not enough. Then things remain only on surface. So how do like systematically and structurally and building the narrative and like thinking about the canon. I think it's a long process. We all somehow coping with that, particularly in big institutions, which also bring, I think, to the questions of how we are presenting collections, how we are presenting also exhibitions. So for me, it's like, it's more than disrupting the canon, it's redefining the canon and maybe just get rid of the canon somehow. Don't quote me maybe with my larger MoMA colleagues, but yeah, this is what we are, I think, trying to do in a way, or at least thinking and reflecting, because we just don't want to fill the gaps that surface. And then I don't think it's actually helpful for anyone really. But it's important for artists to join the collection, but that's the first step, I think.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, Anna. And for me, part of what you're speaking to is the fact that there's a significant difference, or there can be, between disrupting the canon, as you say, and simply expanding the canon. And I think that's actually what a lot of museums have been engaged in, is saying, well, we're going to exactly fill in the gaps. I mean, for me, and I don't in any way mean this personally, I felt that the big reinstall at MoMA was very much a, here's our canon plus some more things that weren't previously in the canon and now they are. And I feel that disruption cannot simply be an additive process. And that makes me think also about a term that came up in our earlier panel about precarity, and the idea that these are works that ask us to change the very systems and approaches by which we engage with art. And it's not a coincidence, as you say, that there are so many artists of color, female artists from marginalized communities and cultures that are using performance, because they're specifically using it as that form of disruption to stable systems. And so to, exactly as you say, to ossify those works, to stabilize them, is not to do justice to those works.
Would someone like to comment on the former statements? Otherwise, there is one question here that perhaps, you know, aligns with a few issues that have been coming up in this conversation by Natalie Harren. How can your efforts interface with or build upon calls to decolonialize the museum?
It's a big one.
Should we leave it there and think about this a little bit longer? I was actually really fascinated by an issue that came in Gabriella's talk in terms of the performativity of conservation. And I'm seeing that Rebecca Schneider joined us for this conversation. And I know how, I know from our mutual discussions, how much this term actually, yes, can be pushed in many different directions and develop further. And I wonder whether there is something that Gabriella and Rebecca could perhaps add to this discussion of how conservation is actually performative. Obviously, this aspect came through many of the talks of today's sessions. But I think it would be a really nice way to kind of, you know, look back and to reflect.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. I'm not speaking till tomorrow, but I will offer a few, especially with this last question about decolonization, which I think is absolutely essential to think about the relationship of conservation to the pressures for decolonization. When we think about the fact that what is partially being conserved in conservation are the conditions for conservation, right? And when we think about what has been suggested here already so many times, so smartly, the sort of problems of the histories of what we have collected and how we have collected them. And then in some of the comments, the sort of the capitalism that underlies the culture of accumulation that is like that kind of ghosts always the ideas of collection. So we have to find ways to put that on stage, right? As well as the performances that many times are critiquing that, and has already been suggested have historically critiqued that, or have celebrated the fact that they're ephemeral because they can't supposedly, and this has been critiqued and I've critiqued it myself, but supposedly can't enter into the capitalist terms of exchange via disappearance, right? So how do we preserve those critiques of that were in so much early performance-based works, even as we bring performance into the realm of wanting to conserve it? I thought this was really brilliantly just discussed in terms of the comments about how much performance is has been the work of women artists and artists of color. So I think the question of whether or not and how we bring conservation as itself a performance that can be performed for our publics, that's an amazing question, right? How would we do that? And then we would have to document ourselves performing our conservation, right? So it's an endless kind of tail that we're chasing. But let me just say, today's discussions were really excellent, and I'm grateful for everything that we've heard so far. I'm really interested maybe to talk a little bit more about the problem of liveness and vitalism that was brought up as well, if anyone has more comments to say about that. But okay, Hannah, you put me on the spot. I hope that was something to offer into the discussion.
Absolutely, and I apologize for for doing this, but it was absolutely brilliant. Would you like Hélia to jump on the question of vitalism again?
I could speak for like 2 hours about that, given how passionate I am about it. But I need a bit more context. In which aspect do you want to talk about? Because otherwise I could go on and on and on, and we'd just leave at 9 p.m.
Well, is there a way that thinking out from under the rubric of liveness and toward a rubric of vitalism helps us address some of the questions of decolonization and maybe critique of capitalism? And I follow here. I'm sorry. Decline. I follow here Sean Coulthard, whose book Red Skin, White Masks always uses the phrase capital colonial. So refuses to separate colonialism and its collection practices or accumulation practices from capitalism and its collection practices and accumulation practices. So in what ways, and liveness has served, there's been a really fascinating writing, right, on the pressure to be live 24/7 and the way that performance-based art or live artwork enters at a certain moment in terms of neoliberalism, right? So that it goes perhaps hand in hand with that. How does vitalism, as opposed to liveness, help us critique that, or does it? So that's maybe being a little bit more specific with my question, and yeah.
No, I think it's a great question, and it's something I struggled a bit while I was thinking about vitalism in terms of the vibrant matter, in a way, because I did felt at times that if vitalism assumes this idea of being alive or vibrant all the time, does that mean there is no end? How does that play? So in this case specifically, I did not want to discuss liveness as being in opposition to vitalism. As you mentioned, Rebecca, liveness, it's a great operative framework for us to think about how can performance be shown in museums and be activated, which is the term that we use at Tate. I think it makes a lot of sense if we think about it in the exhibition and the museum context. However, what I think vitalism brings us is indeed this recognition of the axis of the network that sustain that practice on the one hand, and on the other hand, it makes quite visible the life systems needed and allows us to at the same time affirm specifically the ownership of knowledge needed to make these artworks alive, as we like to call them, right? So in that sense, it's a sense of recognition, and that is, I think, and here I'm very much inspired by Nancy Fraser, who I really like. Recognition ends up being the first point towards that, I don't know, decolonial, but definitely anti-colonial, and dare I say, anti-capitalist practice. So recognition, I see it, and affirmation, I see those two going hand in hand as the first step towards that goal. I don't know if I was clear or not, or if it made sense, but well.
I think it's a great answer, Hélia. I think we'll have to come to an end, unfortunately, because I'm seeing it's 5 past time, so we have been almost good on time. But there are many questions in the Q&A, which are also directed to Pip and our other speakers, and perhaps we can try to answer them afterwards, or perhaps take them with us to the sessions tomorrow. But I would like now to, closing this first day, I would like now to really thank you all so very much for this amazing, inspiring contributions and conversations, and the knowledge that you shared with us during this first day. Thank you all keynotes, thank you the speakers, thank you the panelists, the moderators, my team, and thank you so much the audiences who watched us from the other side of the screen. We can't clap loud probably, but yes, thank you so much. And I'm inviting everyone tomorrow to join us for the second day of the conference at 1 o'clock. We'll start directly with a keynote by Barbara Büscher. And yes, for those of us who'd like to test, to run the test tomorrow morning, we are there at 12:15. It's all Zurich or Berlin time, Central European time. So do take this into consideration if you dial in. But yes, we are very much looking forward to seeing you all tomorrow. And thank you so much again, and have a wonderful afternoon, evening, or night, or early morning. Thank you.